promote responsible business management by meeting ESG obligations and thereby enhancing the competitiveness of industry. And finally, enhance RRMA outreach, enhancing members of RRMA at an individual and company level. The key activities are regulatory awareness and intelligence, regulatory advising, regulatory events, conferences, webinars, exhibitions, regulatory training and certificate programs, regulatory research through impact analysis and toxicology profiles, review and comment, draft policy, regulatory and guidance, also on the request of authorities, engage in activities to minimize animal testing, which is generally an objective of international standards, and facilitate and coordinate industry-wide common interest activities. The key, we have combined all our programs into 3 keywords. Regulatory updates, which provides regulatory news, newsletters, updates, and information on upcoming deadlines. The second is a regulation ready, excuse me, and there we are including regulatory outlook series and webinars and detailed information there on how to comply with regulation. And then once companies are submitting information to authorities, we call that compliance ready, when we make them ready to comply through compliance training, on-site trainings, certification, and e-learning. It is important also to know that we work a lot with other institutions in reaching as much as possible the right people here in India, and in also making sure that those that take training from us will have the best trainers, meaning that we work also with universities and other institutions to make sure that the training is up to the level that is required. What we do also is we organize every other year an Asian Chemicals Forum. This is some information of 2003, but we will organize the next ACF in 2005, in September 2005. So we start preparing for that conference from this month onwards. But the last one took place in 2023 in Delhi, and the next one most likely will take place in Mumbai here next year. You can already express your interest for future registration by using this logo here, and you should also you're also informed that this is actually organized by RRMA in collaboration with the Helsinki Chemical Forum. I'm actually the Secretary General of the Helsinki Chemicals Forum in Finland, which organizes the European conference in the pair years. So we had an ATF conference this year, and we will have another one in 2 years' time. So then we alternate Asia with Europe. And our knowledge partner for organizing ACF is very much the Global Product Compliance Group, which is also the company that supports very strongly RRMA. So that's it, what I wanted to tell, and I leave now the floor back to Weber to introduce the next speakers. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Gert, for opening the conference. And now I would like to invite Mr. Rupak Saraswat for his keynote address for today's conference. Mr. Rupak, please.
It's working. Thank you. Can I just use this as a place to keep? Yeah. So you can possibly go to an earlier slide. Just leave a slide here. Yeah, just go on. Perfect. Can I leave this? What happened? Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. So first of all, Shishiji, I have a complaint. The complaint with you is that I had just a speaker before me, and I was going through his bio. So he has been the head of Reach and the founder of ECHA, and then I have the task of talking to. And Vaibhav also told me that 80% of the audience is actually regulatory experts. So you have a common man trying to talk about the Nyaya Sanhita in front of a set of lawyers. I asked Vaibhav yesterday as to what am I supposed to do. He says, "वो आप देख लीजिए." So, and then after that he also said, "वो हमने ना उसको keynote बोला है." तो that only increased my fear. तो मैंने कम से कम कोट तो पहन लिया कि keynote है तो. Anyway, so having said that, I am a stakeholder. So in that context, I'll speak with you. I'm a stakeholder because I'm a member of the industry. I'm a stakeholder because I am a citizen of India. I'm a stakeholder because I'm a citizen of this world. There was also another conversation which was around, you see, increasingly these regulations are getting weaponized for other objectives, uh, whether social, political, economic. I started by saying that only to tell you that that is not the line I'm going to take. I'm going to assume that these regulations are there for what they are for and that they will serve their purpose. And so I'll, talk about that in that sense, assuming they are very good. Now, before I, there's also a study, interestingly, for the audience that there is always hope either way. If the talk is boring, most of the audience switches off very fast. But that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is first they switch off to their personal problems, then they switch off to future planning, and very quickly they switch off to their best fantasies. So, just in case you have hope either way. So, we've talked about regulation, and it's by the word itself lead to some feeling, connotation, etc., etc. So, I was thinking about it. So in 1950 or whenever India became a republic, we adopted the constitution. When we are born, we are given a set of vaccine protocols for our children earlier in life. And then we have a sort of rules, we have a set of traffic rules. What are they? They are regulations. And quite often regulation is seen more as a problem, a challenge to face with, and we'll talk about that. And quite often they are also seen as a cost. We have a lot of problems. So I was thinking, when a nurse is there in the hospital, she's expected to wear gloves. It takes time, it costs money. She's expected to sanitize her syringes, otherwise she'll transmit infections very fast. That costs money, that costs time. She's expected to use disposable equipment. That code is a regulation. She's expected to test blood before it is transferred into your body. That is cost, that is regulation. For some of you who may know, there was a gentleman called Ignace Simelinus in 1840. He observed that in the maternity ward, when children were being delivered, a number of women used to die. And he thought some external particles is doing this. So he told people to wash hands. That washing hand led to the maternal or the mother's mortality rate dropped from 18% in the maternity home to 1%. And then sanitization or washing hands became a regulation. In simple terms, what is regulation? So, I was thinking how I often hear about regulation is that of a problem. And, I try to say how a Gujarati businessman will say it. He says, Ghani problem thai se. है ना, बहुत problem है. So that's not what it is. And I think it is for us to see how it evolves. I believe regulation in the spirit of it is the institutionalized mechanism to pursue human well-being. I gave you examples of life-changing regulations. They are not very different from what we are doing here. The complexity and the dimensions and so on and so forth are different. You know, I was reading the background paper, it talked about leadership commitment. So, you know, so I cannot talk about what and how where the experts know. I thought, let me also once again talk about the why. When you have to ask a person to wear a helmet or a safety belt, the more important thing to talk about is why. He'll figure out what and how. If the why is sold, how to wear a helmet, what kind of helmet to wear, he knows. The problem is why is not sold. So leadership commitments, and by leadership, I do not necessarily mean somebody who's sitting at the top of the pyramid, is about understanding why we are doing this, you know, and I will come to that. I was reading one study which said, and we are all in, I come from Delhi, some of us here are in Delhi, that the impact of the adverse environmental impact for people in Delhi, just the data is for Delhi, but I think it's applicable more or less in many places, is that the average lifespan is now coming down by 11.9 years. Now, what does this mean? You have a family of 4. Now, imagine yours and your family members' lifetime is to be cut by 12 years. In order to avoid that, how much will you pay for it? Just think about it. This is a study, you might like to look it up. The study actually says this, that for somebody staying in Delhi, 11.9 years being getting knocked off because of, and this was, I think, done by some study by University of Chicago for many places. I also looked at air data. So the WHO classification for air in terms of particulate matter is 0 to 12.5 good, 12.5 to 5 to 25 fair, 25 to 50 poor, 50 to 150 very poor, 150 plus extremely poor, immediate danger to health. I was, I remember I was doing something in January. 43 cities out of 133 monitored in India actually had the index which was higher than 325. Took the extreme limit by WHO is 150. So this is what we are dealing with, and out of the 133 cities, 80% of them, the average is always poor on an average. I also wanted to give some points, and I talk to you, and I'm happy to talk to you from a different perspective. See, there's a saying in English that no revolution in the world ever was led by a monarch. कोई भी क्रांति किसी तख्त पे बैठे हुए आदमी ने आज तक जिंदगी नहीं लाई. अब आप देख लीजिए, कहीं पे भी नहीं हुआ है. So it is very important that people like yourselves in various positions, particularly youngsters, they are the ones who will drive change and make these things happen. They are not going to be easy. But I'll give you some data points which should make us worried. I always feel that sometimes we don't know how much of damage has already been done. So I'll give you a very interesting data. Nature is doing very wonderful things. They conducted a study with human sperm count in starting 1970s. They found that it was 104 million per milliliter and has now come down to on an average 49 million per milliliter, dropping 1% per year. The thing is, when it becomes 15%, the man is declared infertile. 15. I'll give you another shocker. The study suggests that post 2020 or around that time, the rate of drop is 2% per year. So maybe nature is doing wonderful things. But isn't there something so drastic happening? Then, we talk about water, and I have data for China, so I'm taking their name. We are no better. It's not that I come here and talk about China. 80% of the groundwater in China is not fit to touch, not drink. 37% is grade 4, 43% is grade 5. Grade 4 means fit for industrial use. Grade 5 means not fit for industrial use either. Do you think we are not touched by it? We are destroying forests, which is like 50 football fields a minute in the world. There was, I also like, I came across a study by Bombay Natural History Society by a gentleman called Vibhu Prakash, who did a study over 30 square kilometer of area in somewhere in Rajasthan. He came there in 1987 and found in that area there were 353 vulture nests. He came back in 1997 after 10 years, the nest was 150. But within the next 3 years, look at tipping point and acceleration. The nest was zero. We've destroyed 99.99% of vultures in the last 15-20 years. We think we'll remain unaffected. They also did a study in Germany in 63 natural parks in Germany, not Mankhurd or Govandi. The study suggested that over the last 30 years, the flying insect biomass has dropped by 70%. आप जितने मर्जी फर्टिलाइजर बना लो सर, पॉलिनेटर्स खत्म हो जाएंगे, भूख से मर जाएंगे हम लोग. So this is the matter of concern. You all know about cancer, largely a man-made disease, and I'll talk about some other things also. Whilst we are talking about emissions right now, the elephant in the room is actually toxic load. It's good to have a catching point, emissions and everything else. We've destroyed 50% of phytoplankton in the oceans in the last 50 years, 70 years actually. Now, this is the biggest carbon sink. The phytoplankton, the small microscopic plants, absorb carbon dioxide, and then zooplankton, 5 gigatons, come in the evening up, eat them up, they go down. 10% of the zooplankton die, go down into the carbon sink, eventually becomes oil. Now, it is very complicated. If they fall away, there is acidification of oceans, which kills it further. Now, which is the biggest greenhouse gas? Anybody? Water. Water vapor, somebody said. 70. Now, if this is not regulated, a very complex vicious circle starts. And the ability of the phytoplankton to absorb carbon dioxide is far higher than all the forests put together. And all the actions that you will take for emission control. So these are very complicated problems. I only wanted to emphasize the point because people sitting here, young people in particular, I think if they understand the why, they'll make it happen because it needs to happen. And we'll not be cynical about the regulations. So what I'd like to say is that it is for us to embrace regulations. Not only embrace, but where possible, participate and help evolve it rather than delay and deny. Not only from a planet's perspective, but even from the economic perspective of our own country, the strategy should be embrace, evolve, influence rather than delay and deny. Forget about the economic, environmental perspective. We are going through a very, very, very interesting time, and it's a time of radical change, and it's a play between sustainability challenges on one hand and rapid evolution in technology on the other. I'm just hoping that impossible challenges will be dealt by nearly impossible way forwards in technology. So that's going to be a very interesting time, particularly for the chemical industry to innovate, and a lot of it is happening. So I was trying to look at what is the impact it has already had so far in the chemical industry. So I was looking at data from ECHA, which is the European Chemical Agency. Sir, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm slightly wrong, then don't correct me. Then there is TSCA, which is Toxic Substances Control Act in the US. There is CSCL, which is the Chemical Substances Control Law in Japan. In the last 10 years, India has banned 100 APIs. The world has banned more than 200 to 300 APIs. Regulation. Because certain chemicals need to go. But that's the downside. Let me also give you the upside. The world has in the same period introduced 600 safer APIs. So there is an opportunity. The world has introduced 600 odd safer APIs. And the world has introduced in these about 200 and 250 biologics. because of regulation. And in the US now, roughly 20 to 25% of the new approvals are actually for biologics. So a lot of good thing is happening. There's a great opportunity. Similarly, about 100 to 150 pesticides have been banned, but 100 plus 50 odd, roughly 100 biopesticides have been approved and 40 safer pesticides have been approved. So there's a lot happening in the world. And I'm not talking about the next 10 years where it will be very accelerated. I'm talking about the last 10 years. And all in all, the ECHA has, classified something like 2,500 substances as substances which are called SVHC, or very high concern, substances of very high concern. This is a large number. So what we see in terms of what's happening in terms of technology, what's happening in terms of the concerns, what we are looking for is a transformation. Transformations to start with are concerning. So when we say transformation, already concerns start to crop in our mind. But look, your child is growing up till class 4. You bring in regulation. For him, it is regulation. You get up at this time, go to school, and do this for the next 10 years. That's essential for his transformation. And if you implement ISO 9001, it's a cost, it's time. That leads to the transformation. And from an environmental perspective, I was thinking, so there is somebody who's a diabetic. You need to regulate. That's regulation. And if he becomes a patient of kidney failure, the regulation becomes stronger. So that's the same. I think in order to therefore prevent diabetes for the planet, we need to do those things in a sensible way. But if we don't do it, then we go to kidney disease, and then we go to last stage kidney failure. So that's very important to realize, to get this in context. So there is one advertisement in India, some of you may not know. That advertisement says "Dar ke baad paar jeet hai." So actually, I was thinking about preparing for this lecture. I said "Dar ke paar jeet hai," to kuch bol dunga. So amazing transformation has also been happening. So you see, solar electricity is suddenly becoming significantly more cheaper than fossil electricity. Regulation, support, policy advocacy. So the panel costs, for example, if I'm not wrong, over the last 14, 15 years have come down by 80%. Similarly, in the chemical industry, there is increased focus on electrification of processes. For example, electrification of the cracking process to produce ethylene. Electrification means you use green electricity, and therefore you get the emissions down by about 90%. You hear a lot about green hydrogen, completely changing the dynamics. I think from an Indian perspective, a great thing. What do you need for chemicals? You need carbon, you need hydrogen. We used to depend on the Middle East. If we can capture hydrogen or create green hydrogen, because we have cost-effective green energy, people are saying India will be the lowest cost producer of green hydrogen. It creates a huge advantage. Regulation on emission control. And the second step, as we start to capture more carbon and carbon dioxide, you've got the carbon building block. So it's an opportunity. But obviously, sustainability has driven technology. We know inventions in the world has happened right from Second World War because you were forced to do that. And once an invention happens, it is deployed all across. So regulation drives technology and innovation, but innovation also enables regulation to be deployed much effectively. Enzymatic processes in the chemical industry. In textiles, we used to wear these jeans which are called stone wash from Levi's. When we were younger, they were a little more popular, stone wash. They used to use stone and harsh chemicals. No more. They use enzymes. Energy consumption down by 60%, water consumption down by 70%. Very interesting things are happening. Cellulosic processes. They even have microbial dyeing now in textiles. So microbes create pigments. Chemical consumption greatly down. Water consumption greatly down. Toxic loads greatly down. I even read about microbial fuel cells. So these are known as electrogenic bacteria. When they are put in the waste, the bacteria itself can generate electricity. Amazing innovations are happening. So the whole supply chain of even going from coal to biomass to burning biomass to creating a turbine, then generating electricity, cut short. Electrogenic bacteria. Very interesting things are happening. Driven by the mechanism, institutionalized mechanism to control things, which we try and call regulation, because there is no other way in which one human being can act. Human beings collectively act through what is known as regulation. So similarly, bio-based plastics and carbon capture and new technologies for purifying water. We have moving on from RO to electrodialysis, much more cost effective, much better in terms of the carbon footprint and so on. And then you're all hearing about SAF and so on. Lot of activity happening. So I was trying to take from the point of the need of it, the technology advancements, and how they are, influencing each other, and how I also thought that, in the past, think about business. Business succeeds because we create a competitive advantage. And if you think about it slightly, any risk, financial, environmental, capital, cyclical, that you are capable of managing better than others becomes your core competence. So there's a great opportunity for companies to create core competence of a different kind and leapfrog. And I think that's a great opportunity for India. At least I would like to feel. We also talked about how these things can be done. And I would like to, I have a theory about competitive advantage. And this theory is this, that the level one competitive advantage comes from know-how, getting knowledge from here, getting technology from there. That's a lower level competitive advantage differentiator. The second level comes from strong systems and processes, not systems only to create activity, but systems to create value. And the most pronounced impact comes from culture. So McKinsey does a study. सिंगापुर में तो कंडक्टर बस में होता ही नहीं है, दिल्ली में भी कर देते हैं. यू विल पुट इन सिस्टम्स इन प्लेस. सॉरी गट, आई विल एक्सप्लेन टू यू लेटर. सो यहां भी बना देते हैं, डब्बे लगा देते हैं. कंडक्टर क्यों चाहिए, चलेगा क्या? सिस्टम भी है, आइडिया भी है, कल्चर तोड़ देंगे लोग. Culture in an organization. So that's very important when we have to drive this, whether it is safety, and this will take predominance, believe me, much faster than we think, because the pressures are so high. देखो, आदमी दो तरीके से सीखता है. या तो विवेक से सीखता है, either wisdom or misery, but in between there is no choice. And there was also some discussion on leadership. So I thought that leaders I've worked with, whom I really admired and who made change possible, had a few characteristics. And that's the kind of leadership which will be required in the world that we'll see. Good leaders are ethical beyond compliance. Mere compliance is not ethics. I have seen people who have admired. They are people who believe that being is more important than being seen. You should be seen as that. I don't even know why people are taught that. You should be seen that. We should be teaching people how they should be being. And good leaders care. That gives you a sense of purpose for your people, for your environment, for your planet. And last but not the least, good leaders have moral courage, because otherwise this will not work. तो तीन चार चीजें I will use Hindi words in order to make this happen. See, सबसे पहले तो नियत चाहिए, intention. उसके बाद निष्ठा चाहिए, determination, sincerity. और ये भी हो तो उसके बाद नीति चाहिए, नीति. We can do all this, but unless you think it through, it will not work. अब नियत भी है, निष्ठा भी है और नीति भी है, एक और चीज चाहिए, वो है निर्णायकता, decisiveness. In order to enable not only this, any good thing, any great change in your organization. And I picked up, last time I mentioned the same, but last time was a different venue. So I took Shish's Weber's permission that I'm going to repeat it. But it's valuable, so I'm going to repeat it. The good thing is after this, I'm going to end. So, to take some inspiration from our scriptures, which is the Vedas, how inspiring about how thousands of years ago, people simply thought about and wrote about sustainability. So I will read that out. It says, पर्यावरण नाशेन नश्यन्ति सर्वजन्तवः पवनः दुष्टतां याति प्रकृति विकृतायते संरक्षेत दूषितो नास्यालोकः मानवजीवनं न कोऽपि कश्चिद् नाशं कुर्याद् अर्थस्य सिद्धये. पर्यावरण नाशेन, if we damage our environment, then nashanti sarvajantava, eventually we are going to damage all life. Pavanah dushtatam, once we corrupt our environment, then nature becomes hostile. Prakriti vikritayate. Sanrakshet dushitona. We must conserve this rather than pollute it, and conserve and enable human life. And the last one, na ko api kaschid nasham kuryad arthasya siddhe. This damage that if we may do to our surrounding, our people, in order to accomplish short-term prosperity objectives, are never worth it. So this was from the Vedas. I think I've taken possibly longer than the time was allotted for me, so apologies for that. I hope I could keep most of you awake, and thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my words.
Hello. Thanks a lot, Mr. Rupak, for a really intriguing, I would say, a keynote. And before we go into the details, I would like to reflect a little bit on that as well. Uh, I noted, my name was taken possibly in the keynote for at least 3 to 4 times. But at the same time, what is important is that this audience is full of regulatory professionals. They are key decision makers. And the idea behind this keynote was, and I think we have achieved that, is having a person of your stature representing the decision makers from the chemical industry itself, who are at the forefront of in need of the regulations and implementation, as well as strategizing the path. But I believe at the same time, your keynote was so full of facts, full of directions, full of ideas, but at the same time it addressed the foundational need of the big thing which we called as a why we are trying to do certain things, what we are trying to achieve. And at the same time, it gives us a direction that with all this information during the day, you will realize that we'll talk about all the technicalities of all sorts of different regulations, and then what to do with them, how to do with them, how to go forward. But what is the foundational ideology? What are we trying to achieve with this whole idea? I think it is setting a right and clear direction for the rest of the conference. And we would like to thank you immensely for that. Thanks a lot. Moving ahead in the program, we have two major activities planned. One of them is that we have a highly comprehensive compilation of regulatory information in the form of regulatory books, one on global regulatory summaries across different sectors in chemicals, agrochemicals, medical devices, food contact materials. On an average, these books contain approximately 15 countries or more for every sector. And then we have a compilation of a separate book on cosmetic regulations and details on further that. So we would like to invite all the dignitaries onto the podium itself. Mr. Gerd Danset, please, if you can join on the stage. Mr. Rupak Saraswat, please, if you can join on the stage. Um, Mr. Bimal Gokuldas, if you can join on the stage, please. Mr. Anil Johri, please, if you can join on the stage back. Ms. Shraddha Rane from ICC. Madam, if you can join on the stage back. My apologies that I have not taken, the title of Ms. Shraddha. She is Secretary General, Indian Chemical Council. And also we were able to join, by Mr. Soti Selvam, Director General, Indian Chemical Council, but due to some personal emergencies, he couldn't make it to the event. And Ms. Shraddha has joined us. And I would like to invite our chief guest, Mr. Gopal Krishnanji, if you can please join on the stage back. And also the representative from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. I believe we have Dr. Sachin Varghare. He is the chair of Center for Regulatory Policy and Governance, TISS. I hope he has arrived. Yes. Thank you. So the Vice Chancellor of TISS, as well as the Joint Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Management, Professor Manoj Tiwari ji. He was supposed to join us, but due to some other arrangement, he couldn't join, and he has sent the representation from TISS. uh, as Dr. Sachin Wargade, and then we have his couple of other colleagues also, Dr. Gitanjay Sahu, as well as Dr. Chandrasekhar Joglekar, present here with us in the audience. I believe we have also an additional person replacing possibly Dr. Sahu. He couldn't make it. So we have Miss Madhura Todwale also joining us from TISS. Yeah. Can we please have the regulatory books for the launch at this stage? Prashant, Dr. Manisha, if we can have the regulatory books on the stage for the inauguration. Yeah. While we are getting the books on the stage, I'll just share some logistical information about the day, as well as some practical information about the conference. So right after every session, we'll be having breaks. So after inaugural session, there will be a tea and coffee break with the networking opportunity with the audience that is present here, and then we'll be having the session one, the technical session one, on key developments, emerging trends, and their implications globally. And after that, we'll be also having lunch and networking around 1 o'clock. And then we'll be having the session two, technical session on regulatory developments and trends and their implications, specifically on the Indian industry. And after that, we'll have another break of half an hour around 3:30. And then we'll be starting with the third technical session on best practices and challenges of compliance strategies for the chemical industry. It's a very interesting session because the panel will be full of industry, key industry decision makers and representatives talking about compliance strategies and how they go about those compliance strategy implementation in their respective organizations. uh, I believe we have the books in place. Yes. Yeah. Can you please distribute the books, starting with the global regulatory books, to each one of the dignitaries at this stage? Hello. I believe I have already introduced the book itself. Um, and I don't know what should be done here forward. I believe we should be, standing and opening the books and the cover of it. That would be the official launch. Yes. That we'll do in the second round. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Dr. Manisha and Dr. Nair. This is the book on global cosmetic regulations from across 25 different countries. And that will give you a comprehensive analysis about the cosmetic regulations across the globe, which are directly implementing the chemical industry as well, because a lot of raw material goes into cosmetic products, which needs to be compliant with both the types of regulations, both chemicals as well as cosmetics regulation. Can we have the second book as well? It seems the packaging is really nicely done. Thanks, Dr. Manisha Mangesh and Dr. Nair. Yes. So I request, please, the dignitaries to, and that's the second book on global chemical regulations across 4 different sectors. Yes. The copies of these books will be freely available from RRMA, so you can request for them. They'll be also available to all the RRMA members through their login portal directly from the website. Thanks a lot. Now, I would like to move ahead with the second activity during the inaugural session, which is about exchange of MOUs with the Association, Indian Chemical Council, as well as RRMA, and then the Academic Institute, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and RRMA. But before we do that, I would like to just give a very brief introduction about that. What are these MOUs and what is the main objective behind these MOUs? So within RRMA, we are contributing, one of the major objectives is capacity building and knowledge sharing. Under that objective, there are capacity differences as well as gaps in many different sectors as well as amongst many different stakeholders. So with the first MOU between RRMA and ICC, the objective is that we'll be bringing in the capacity building programs that RRMA has to the ICC as well as its respective member companies, so that their member companies and their staff there forward can benefit from these programs. And we are thankful to ICC for joining hands on this program so that we can reach out to the wider relevant audience within the chemical industry and the respective membership. With the MOU with the academic institution TISS, the objective is to develop specifically more and more programs like this, which can contribute through courses as well as directly through the curriculum of the existing degree programs within the regulatory segment. And then the people can take those programs and then get affiliated from the university as well at the institute, and then benefit from those programs there forward. We already have existing MOUs with Indian Institute of Management, Mumbai. Professor Anju Singh, representing the organization, is with us. You'll be hearing her in the next session. And then we also have other MOUs with Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Hyderabad, and other premier institutes. And this is a continuation of that journey going in further one more direction. So I would like to now invite Mr. Gert Danset, representing RRMA, and Ms. Shraddha Rane, representing Indian Chemical Council, to have an exchange of MOUs. Dr. Manisha, please. Yes. Thanks a lot, Gert and Ms. Shraddha. Now, I would like to request again, Gert, maybe you can keep standing, and Dr. Sachin Warghade. He is the chair of Center for Regulatory Policy and Governance, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. To Sure, please. Can we have Dr. Chandrasekhar Joglekar on the stage with us? Uh, and my My apologies, because Dr. Chandrasekhar Joglekar, he has been instrumental in making sure that we achieve the objective with this MOU, and he has been also the key point of contact and ensuring that we develop such programs by joining hands together. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Good. Thanks a lot, Dr. Joglikar, as well as Dr. Vargade. Without a further ado, I believe I would like to now invite our chief guest, Shri S. Gopal Krishnanji, to address the audience with the chief guest address.
Good morning, everybody. It's been a very interesting session, particularly Saraswat's address, which set the tone for the whole thing. I would just like to give a small uh, sort of a perspective on regulation per se. Regulation being what it means in a much broader sense, and also some of it just to bring home the message what regulation is not also. The old thinking about regulation was when the state, which means the government, exited certain areas. So traditionally, you had the government providing services, bijli, airports, ports, roads, anything. So then gradually the state went out of it, and you had private service providers coming in. Again, in all these sectors, including many like telecom. Now, then they realized this is something which needed regulation. Prior to that, when the state or the central government and state related entities were providing those services, or I don't think there was any meaningful regulation. So that sort of a regulation was to regulate the players, regulate the marketplace. Now, beyond that, a lot of water has flown, and now we need to look at regulation that seeks to satisfy much more larger objectives. So I think the first thing which needs to be clear is why regulation. So regulation can have many purposes, and honestly, in some areas, it could have cross purposes also. In one of the slides, it was very clearly put that regulation is for intendedly, at least with a limited look on the chemical sector, to protect the environment, to protect society, to protect human health. Fine. That is some clarity on what regulation needs to do. There could be many other focus points for regulation also. Regulate consumer welfare so that the consumer gets the best deal, so that he's not cheated, etc. So, and in the world of finance, with respect to banking, etc., it's a much more nuanced entity. So we find that regulation or regulators are inevitably going to be the elephant in the room, whatever be your activity, whether you're in chemicals or whether you're in any other sector you can think of. There is a regulator and there is the regulated, which involves all the players. Now, so that means anybody who is into any business today has to contend with one or more regulators. And now the beauty is this, since it is new and evolving, has given us an opportunity to shape the way the regulation takes forward. See, for example, in many sectors, many areas, the technologies are new. Why we are regulating is new. So, in which case, ideally, regulation should come about as a process of consultation between the regulator and the regulated. So, the first point to be answered is, does this require regulation at all? There could be some emerging sectors where it is best not to regulate. So, that clarity is required. If we do something there, then regulation may end up doing more damage. So, that is required. Next, why should we regulate? Towards that, what should be done? Now, in that case, over the years, we have learnt, even in India, I won't name any particular regulator, but over the years, we find that there are some regulators who have a clarity about their regulatory process. They consult with industry, they come out with a document, they take feedback, and then they regulate what is possible, what is doable, what is desirable. So, in which case, we find that regulatory activities or approaches are much more successful there. And in contrast, possibly that applies to modern technology, telecom, IT, and those areas. And there's a lot of traditional industry areas in which I will possibly include chemicals also, where regulation is slightly slower off the block. Now, even there, we need greater clarity. I mean, entirely the governments and also the governments across the world, what is the purpose of regulation? As he said, environment, social, human health, and possibly many other factors. Dumping could be one, etc., to avoid dumping, etc. Now, how do we go about regulating? Now, a comment of mine, I leave it as my comment. Many may not agree. There are certain areas where it is felt that regulation. Why do we need a regulator? We will have self-regulatory organizations. Even in media content, we find that debate going on. But the point is, I personally feel it is very difficult, highly to avoid conflicts of interest if we leave regulation to the regulated. So ideally, there should be a neutral regulator without any conflict of interest to set the stage and set the field. And how should regulation be from the regulator? It should not levy unnecessary costs or headaches on the regulated. And when we are looking at these days, any regulation should be paperless, should be transparent, should be digital, and it should be predictable. There is a requirement of regulatory clarity, and regulation should never be retrospective. We should, there are, in particularly in finance, in taxation, in some areas we find there are suddenly regulations which will come up which is effective 10 years back and stuff like that. So that is a very, very dangerous precedent to do business peacefully. So these are minimum requirements from the regulator side. From the regulated, I think there are some other expectations. One, we should learn to live with regulations. We cannot wish away regulations. Two, as a company, as an entity, there should be better understanding or appreciation of regulation. Whose job is it? See, basically, most companies are organized in silos: finance, production, marketing, whatever, HR, etc. We can't leave it to have regulation as some corner silo. It should be across. If there is a regulation, people who are working in various verticals in a company should also understand. They should be able to appreciate. So that's why some mistakes which I am noticing is depending on who's leading the regulation effort in some companies. I mean, if he's a lawyer, it takes a very legalistic stance. And sometimes if he is from the industry, and I've seen some companies where the regulatory guy comes with a media experience, that guy seems to be doing a much better way. He's more open and he looks at things across sectors. So who regulates in the company? How are they accountable? Those are also issues I think which we should think of. So basically, companies and players should have a regulatory setup. It should not, they should not look at it as a cost. So they are more like antennas to the evolving regulatory universe, because particularly if you are having operations across the world, some regulation in one of your markets somewhere in Japan or EU is going to affect you. So what is happening in your markets across the world vis-a-vis regulation is something about which we should be alert. We should almost sort of be prepared for it and then respond to it. Apart from it, I mean, when I said regulation could cut across sectors in your company, I'll try to have some other examples. For example, there are regulations about cyber security. Now, cyber security is important. If your systems anywhere anything gets hacked, you're doomed. So the cyber security regulation compliance should be across the institution. Similarly, about privacy. So we have an evolving privacy ecosystem. The privacy law will be sort of getting into action. There will be a data protection authority or a board and stuff like that. So far, the way we have been handling data is not with enough regulations, except in some sectors, maybe some of the IT related sectors, etc. But henceforth, the individual personal data which we are going to collect, process, store, handle, dispose, now that whole thing needs to be done in a systematic way, in an accountable way. And to do when there is a breach of data, what to do when data is lost or stolen, etc. So now that is again a cross-cutting requirement across your institution or a company, where you should be very clear how data should be handled and who should be accountable. So apart from all this, what I would also like to say is data, as I said, regulatory compliance should be as smooth or as less cumbersome. It should not be a paperwork. It should not be a nightmare. And just to make it clear, there will be state, which means the government or government-related entities in the regulatory activities. One message for them also is that the purpose of regulation is not to find fault, to penalize. I mean, if there is any regulator which says, in the last 1 year, I have found so many inspections and I have earned so many crore fines, I would look at it as a failure of regulation. Regulation, in ideal terms, you should be ensuring a transparent, communicative relationship with the regulated to ensure that they comply willingly in their business interest. A regulator, because sometimes it's fashionable. Particularly, again, I'll give you the privacy example. In EU, suddenly it says, I mean, the regulator says, we have fined $1 billion fine on Apple, we have fined $1 billion fine on Google, or something like that. Now that, I think, should not be the yardstick or objective of evaluating any regulatory success. A regulator which makes no news for the entire year, but the activities are going on fine, I think that will be a very good regulator. And for that to happen, regulator, I mentioned conflict of interest should not be there, but the regulator should work with the regulated. I mean, suppose, just to think of an example, the pharma ministry can say, everybody who makes pharma drugs in this country should be GMP compliant. The regulator can simply pass a law, a regulation, and then relax, and then keep on watching out who is complying, who is not complying. That, I think, is a very negative way of regulating. Ideally, the pharma regulator, CDSCO, should work with the industry, find out where they are, find out what it takes to become GMP compliant, invest in the efforts to make them GMP compliant, and ensure that everybody becomes GMP compliant. So as far as the regulator is concerned, they should work with the industry in this direction, and industry should agree to see the logic. I mean, they should not look at it as a burden. If they look at it as an unnecessary burden, it's a failure of the regulator in communicating ki regulator kyun chahiye, why is regulation required. So if we are that's why the regulators activity should be more on policy, advocacy, capacity building, education, rather than sort of penalizing or fining. So the regulator should take efforts to build consensus in the industry about why something is regulated. The regulated should definitely try to see the logic, and more than logic, as he said, largely if there is consensus, and in the sense they will realize it is inevitable. In a room, in a sector of 100, if 70-80% see the logic, that means it definitely becomes a regulation. So then they should invest in terms of processes, invest in terms of manpower, etc., to ensure that you move towards the direction of compliance. Now this is what I would say is my take on the regulated and the regulation regulators in this country. And one thing which makes life a bit easier for us, we are not regulating in a vacuum. Any sector, be it chemicals or whatever, regulations are needed, are evolving across the world. I mean, ideally, in some sectors, in the long run, we are still not there because we still have countries and borders and stuff like that. But the logic and intent of regulation is normally natural everywhere. See, for example, if your intent is to protect human health, so some chemicals are harmful to humans, I can't imagine how different the regulations will be across countries. If something is bad for your skin in India, it will be bad for your skin in Africa and Europe. So that being the case, we've got so much to learn from each other's developments across the world. So I mean, these are not like some other things, say, let's say like trade barriers or something like that, where the interest may be different. an exporting country will have a different interest from a importing country. But in terms of health, occupational health, etc., I think there's scope for harmonization. So which being the case, regulations are likely to evolve uniformly in a particular fashion, that in the long run it doesn't matter whether it's a regulation of your home market or your destination market, you'll still find that you are working towards compliance. So that is a saving grace for us. So it's not like so many small battles, but it's a uniform homogeneous approach across the world. So with that, I think we are in very, very interesting times. Regulation is inevitable. Investment in responding to regulatory compliance is required by all the industry participants. And we need more and more advocacy efforts like the one which we are presently here today. So these sort of forum, cutting across industries also, will help. And these efforts will help bring about the right regulation. In cases where there aren't regulations, such a positive approach where we learn from other experiences will help bring about desirable and practical regulation. So that's how I would like to put it. So with this, I would conclude my address, and I wish to compliment all the organizers for this fantastic effort. This will definitely have a good impact in bringing about positive and compliable regulations, which will end up ultimately benefiting everybody, both industry and the whole population. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks a lot, Mr. Gopal Krishnan, for a very insightful, again, a speech. I would like to say, I mean, this has been a very insightful inaugural session in general, because we started with setting up the stage by Gert about introducing the organization as well as what we are trying to do through the association. But then an industry perspective from Mr. Rupak, that how are we going to go about things, what are the foundational needs, and why we are doing certain things. And then a very insightful address from Mr. Gopal Krishnan, addressing and summarizing the other stakeholders part as well as the need, and then how to harmonize those needs in a much more efficient way forward. I believe this couldn't have been better, because here onwards, after the other sessions, we'll be diving deep into the specific topics and the regulations that are addressed under those topics, the implications of those regulations for the industry, so on and so forth. So I would like to really thank you, all of you, for such an insightful address. And before we are towards the end of the inaugural session, and before moving ahead, I would like to ask the team if you can share the certificates of tree plantation with me on the stage. Yes. Yes, yes. Sure. Thanks a lot, Shishiji. And right after this, I will also be playing the RRMA introductory video for all of you, and then you'll have a chance to interact with our team members as well as know more about the organization, register as a member at the registration desk. And so to start this, I'll take the opportunity myself to first give the first certificate to Mr. Gert Danset, and then I will request him to then give it to the rest of the dignitaries on the podium. Yeah. Now, I would like to request Gert to give the certificate to Shri Gopal Krishnan ji. Now, I would like Gert to give the certificate to Mr. Rupak. Thanks, Gert. And the next one to Mr. Bimal Gokul Das ji. Yeah. nahi, and the next one to our very own co-chair, RRMA, Mr. Anil Johri ji. And I would request Ms. Shraddha to receive a certificate on behalf of Mr. Soti Selvam ji. Last but not the least to Dr. Sachin Wargade ji. Thank you. Thanks all the dignitaries. And before you move out of the stage, we had just a couple of things. We would like to play the introductory video of Regulatory Representatives and Managers Association. Just a very short introduction about the association. So before you leave the inaugural session, you would have the look. Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Can we have the audio, please?
Regulatory Representatives and Managers Association is a membership-based association that promotes understanding. Regulatory Representatives and Managers Association is a membership-based association that promotes understanding.
Yeah. I believe we all understand this. I won't be explaining it maybe in too much detail. Some technical issues always happens and they are sometimes out of control. So the team is fixing it so that we can see the video properly.
Of chemical compliance and capacity building for industries. RRMA is a body representing regulatory professionals, helping industries and businesses to comply with the regulatory requirements to help them meet global expectations efficiently. Our key goals are to enable effective compliance capacities, minimize regulatory risk and costs, promote responsible business management, enable faster regulatory approvals, and represent members' regulatory interests. By enabling regulatory professionals to gain the capacity to identify key regulatory requirements, understand and prepare for such requirements, and install monitoring mechanisms, regulatory professionals will in turn be able to maintain compliant business operations with minimum regulatory risks. We envision a mature and impactful regulatory system of technical regulations on chemicals where India and other developing nations attain high environmental, social, and human health objectives by providing certification programs for various stakeholders, developing an interactive platform, and offering capacity-building activities for regulatory professionals, and be a knowledge and research partner to industries. Some of our key activities include our Chartered Regulatory Professional Program, regulatory training courses, and our Indian Chemical Regulation Help Desk, amongst many more. The first year of membership is free and you will attain priority registration to our certification programs, access all technical sessions, masterclasses, e-learning courses, webinars, and events, network with experienced and leading industry professionals, and much more. We envisage the development of a large pool of trained and qualified regulatory professionals residing in India and other developing countries and regions. Become a member today and build your regulatory capacity further with your global industry peers. Visit our website and find out more.
Thank you. Thanks, the AV team. Yeah. As you saw, I think I'll not emphasize too much, but the first year of membership is free for all the individual members, and the team has provided some statistics that 80% of the audience present here physically with us today is not a member of RRMA. So I believe this is your opportunity to learn more about the association. there is a live registration desk at the registration counter where you can become a member instantaneously. Our team will help you. And may I request Dr. Manisha Karale, who is representing RRMA as a research program manager, to just raise her hand so that you guys know the key representatives of RRMA. Dr. Manisha, if you can just raise your hand for the audience. Yeah. So you can reach out to Dr. Manisha as well as her team if you have any questions regarding RRMA. Now, we are in the last leg of inaugural session, and I would like to request uh, Mr. Anil Johri, co-chair, Regulatory Representatives and Managers Association, to give the vote of thanks. And in addition to this, I would like to request him that as a chair of the Certified Regulatory Professionals Committee, if he can say a few words and introduce the whole program briefly to the audience. Mr. Johri, please.
Good morning, everybody. I was just wondering whether Vaibhav was holding a different program from what I was holding, because the announcement of this program was somewhere else in the program, that one I had. So let me do this announcement first before I go to the formal vote of thanks. So I'm happy to announce that RRMA is launching a program for certifying regulatory professionals. This is going to be a two-stream program. First stream, which begins on 27th of September. And any of you who wants to join in is still welcome. It's an online training going on for 24 sessions, at the end of which you will be certified as a regulatory professional. That's one stream, the training-based certification stream, which is beginning on 27th of September. And it will be on twice a week, as I understand, 2 sessions a day in the evenings towards the afternoon. And any of you who's willing to join can even join today. The second stream would be what we call a competence model, which is that we will define the knowledge and skills which a regulatory professional needs, and he will be evaluated for that knowledge and skills. Doesn't have to go through the training. Training is an option that you can exercise. If you want to go through the training, fine. If you think you meet those requirements, you could be evaluated and certified. And as modern day certification goes for competence, is no longer a one-time certification. It's not like I got a degree in civil engineering and I'm forever a good civil engineer. Frankly, I'm not. I'm a civil engineer, but hardly done civil engineering in my life. So this certificate would be renewal every 5 years, and you have to demonstrate your competence repeatedly every 5 years, because as you see, regulations are evolving worldwide. And I mean, today we are having regulation of chemicals coming in India in a certain form. Tomorrow it may be a different form, a kind of an omnibus regulation. Day after tomorrow it would be sustainability related regulations which will come in. So, I mean, we as program managers would need to keep updating our training program as well as the knowledge and skills competence model, and you would need to keep yourself updated. So every 5 years there would be a renewal of the certificate that you will get. So I'm happy to announce the launch of this program, and any of you who wishes to join even today is welcome to join. And then on to the formal vote of thanks. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries who were here on the dais. Mr. The chief guest of the day, DG NPC, who very kindly agreed to be here and share his perspective on the regulations. He has a huge background in regulations. I met him first time when he was in Ministry of Health, looking after food and drug regulations. So he gives you a broader perspective than merely chemical regulations that we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Saraswat. That was a very interesting session, that keynote address that you gave. I'm sure a lot of learning for all of us here. I would like to thank Mr. Gokuldas for being present here and releasing the books that were released here. That's something which all industry needs. I mean, one of my peeves has been that where is the place where I go if I want to export? Where are the destination regulations? And why are export promotion councils not doing that? That has been my pet peeve. I've been telling at every forum that why are export promotion councils not having a vertical on standards and regulations where an exporter can go and ask them, I want to export to country X. Can you tell me what are the regulations and what are the standards? Not only regulations, the voluntary standards as well, because we know the global market is full of not merely regulatory compliance, but also voluntary standards without which you don't get a buyer. So you don't get government, acceptance till you meet the regulations, and then don't get a buyer till you meet the voluntary certifications. Both coexist. So that's something that we are trying to do as far as chemical regulation is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Dansett, my chair, co-chair in RRMA, and with his vast experience that he brings in from his experience in Europe. Thanks to the team of RRMA here, Shishir, self-effacing, standing at the back, Vaibhav for conducting this show, the whole team, Manisha, and the young fellows around who have conducted this session. But last not the least, I mean, a function like this is, useless without an audience. I mean, we can have the best of speakers here and an empty hall there, and it doesn't serve any purpose. So thank you very much, all the audience that is here, for coming in. As Vaibhav said, we are delighted that 80% of you are not members of RRMA and you are here, and it's a house full, as I can see. Thank you very much for being here, and hopefully this connection will stay and grow, and you will become members of RRMA, and we hope to see you next year in the Asian Chemicals Forum, and we hope to serve you. I mean, the reason why this organization has been created is to build the capacity of Indian regulatory professionals. Right now in chemicals, let's see if we can move on to other sectors as well. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a nice day.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Johri, for the vote of thanks. And as rightly you said, we are here to serve the audience and share whatever we have learned and whatever we can provide in terms of our knowledge. And we truly believe that knowledge gets used, first gets into the right hands and then gets utilized for the benefit of the industry, for the benefit of the society, so on and so forth. And as Mr. Johri introduced, I believe in addition to registering for the program, you can become the RRMA member. And for this program, if you are a member, then you are also eligible for a 20% discount onto the course fees right away. And I would like to emphasize that to the best of our knowledge, this is the world's first chemical regulatory professional certification program. We have never come across, or in our humble knowledge, we don't know of any such program that exists across the globe. So I believe this would be a great opportunity for you, even if you are a beginner or you are a seasoned professional, to get a certification which puts a stamp on your knowledge and experience, and help you in your professional journey here forward. So with that, I would like to thank everyone. I think there couldn't have been a better start for the day. We are just getting started. The day is full of learning with a lot of sessions, a lot of technical discussions, a lot of regulatory talks. And I believe we should get back in this room after 30 minutes of short networking break. Outside the doors, you'll have some tea and coffee and have a nice networking session. We see you back in the same room after 30 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Lead registration and consortium management of more than 1,000 substances, and more than 17,000 pre-registrations and notifications within chemical and cosmetic regulations. We have extensive experience in contract study performance, management and monitoring for over 6,000 studies. And we have translated SDS in more than 30 languages, with combined authoring of more than 10,000 REACH and CLP compliant SDS, and more than 500 ESDS. GPC has developed a fully automated compliance certificates management system, the Supply Chain Communication Portal, used by more than 5,000 users. Over the past decades, we have acquired considerable expertise on the main chemical regulations, as well as cosmetic, agrochemical, and biocidal regulations globally. We are India's largest regulatory compliance service provider, and we are actively contributing to India's chemical regulation and policy. Your globally trusted partner to achieve compliance excellence.
SM Compliance Solutions is your regulatory compliance partner around the globe. We are a laboratory and scientific consultancy located in Nagpur, India, with clients from all around the world. SM was founded in 2018 as the Indian business partner to the Global Product Compliance Group. On our 1.5-acre campus, we use state-of-the-art technology solutions and key strategies for testing toxicity control and environmental management. We specialize in 5 service areas: physical chemical testing studies, ecotoxicology studies, environmental fate studies, genetic and in vitro toxicology studies, and animal toxicity studies. We have been the partner of choice of over 1,000 companies, with clients from pharmaceutical, chemical, biopharmaceutical, agrochemical, industrial biotech, biocides, cosmetics, and veterinary industries. We have successfully delivered over 6,000 regulatory compliance studies accepted by various regulatory authorities worldwide. At SM, we believe that a high level of quality and ethics should not mean having to compromise on cost effectiveness and efficiency. We are committed to always finding the right solution for your business, and we work with high precision and dedication until we have reached it. Get in touch with SM Compliance Solutions through our website, smcompliance.com.
Regulatory landscape. Stay informed on international news, deadlines, and regulatory updates. Get early access to events, webinars, and courses. Tailor your member pages based on your most relevant countries and regions. And make sure to use our CAS database to identify a chemical's CAS number and its status. For any questions regarding the login, the platform, or other concerns, contact the RRMA team and we will assist you.
Ready to lead the future of chemical regulations? Introducing the world's first Certified Regulatory Professionals program, Chemicals, designed for industry veterans and business leaders. Gain unmatched expertise and drive success in global compliance with this groundbreaking program, built for those ready to set a new standard. The Certified Regulatory Professionals program, Chemicals, is designed to give you the expertise needed to navigate global safety and compliance standards like REACH, GHS, and other key frameworks. Whether you're in chemical manufacturing or industrial safety, This program equips you with vital knowledge and hands-on skills. With real-world case studies and interactive learning modules, you'll be able to apply these insights immediately. Plus, earning a globally recognized certification boosts your professional credibility and opens doors to new opportunities. Enroll today and take control of your future in regulatory affairs.
Global Product Compliance is one of the leading names among chemical regulatory service providers. Our over 99% client retention rate is a testimony of the great rapport and the fine service quality we offer. Our offices are located in Lund, Nagpur, Pune and Vadodara, London, Seoul, Borsay, and Sydney. We manage a portfolio of more than 17,000 substances, and we have registered more than 2,500 substances. With lead registration and consortium management of more than 1,000 substances, and more than 17,000 pre-registrations and notifications within chemical and cosmetic regulations. We have extensive experience in contract study performance, management and monitoring for over 6,000 studies. And we have translated SDS in more than 30 languages, with combined authoring of more than 10,000 REACH and CLP compliant SDS, and more than 500 ESDS. GPC has developed a fully automated compliance certificates management system, the supply chain communication portal, used by more than 5,000 users. Over the past decades, we have acquired considerable expertise on the main chemical regulations, as well as cosmetic, agrochemical, and biocidal regulations globally. We are India's largest regulatory compliance service provider, and we are actively contributing to India's chemical regulation and policy. Your globally trusted partner to achieve compliance excellence. Global Product Compliance is one of the leading names among chemical regulatory service providers. Our over 99% client retention rate is a testimony of the great rapport and the fine service quality we offer. Our offices are located in Lund, Nagpur, Pune and Vadodara, London, Seoul, Borsay, and Sydney. We manage a portfolio of more than 17,000 substances, and we have registered more than 2,500 substances. With lead registration and consortium management of more than 1,000 substances, and more than 17,000 pre-registrations and notifications within chemical and cosmetic regulations. We have extensive experience in contract study performance, management and monitoring for over 6,000 studies. And we have translated SDS in more than 30 languages, with combined authoring of more than 10,000 REACH and CLP compliant SDS, and more than 500 ESDS. GPC has developed a fully automated compliance certificates management system, the supply chain communication portal, used by more than 5,000 users. Over the past decades, we have acquired considerable expertise on the main chemical regulations.
Certified Regulatory Professionals Program, Chemicals, is designed to give you the expertise needed to navigate global safety and compliance standards like REACH, GHS, and other key frameworks. Whether you're in chemical manufacturing or industrial safety, this program equips you with vital knowledge and hands-on skills. With real-world case studies and interactive learning modules, you'll be able to apply these insights immediately. Plus, earning a globally recognized certification boosts your professional credibility and opens doors to new opportunities. Enroll today and take control of your future in regulatory affairs.
SM Compliance Solutions is your regulatory compliance partner around the globe. We are a laboratory and scientific consultancy located in Nagpur, India, with clients from all around the world. SM was founded in 2018 as the Indian business partner to the Global Product Compliance Group. On our 1.5-acre campus, we use state-of-the-art technology solutions and key strategies for testing toxicity control and environmental management. We specialize in 5 service areas: physical chemical testing studies, ecotoxicology studies, environmental fate studies, genetic and in vitro toxicology studies, and animal toxicity studies. We have been the partner of choice of over 1,000 companies, with clients from pharmaceutical, chemical, biopharmaceutical, agrochemical, industrial biotech, biocides, cosmetics, and veterinary industries. We have successfully delivered over 6,000 regulatory compliance studies accepted by various regulatory authorities worldwide. At SM, we believe that a high level of quality and ethics should not mean having to compromise on cost effectiveness and efficiency. We are committed to always finding the right solution for your business, and we work with high precision and dedication until we have reached it. Get in touch with SM Compliance Solutions through our website, smcompliance.com.
Our exclusive RRMA member pages are now open. If you are a member of the Regulatory Representatives and Managers Association, you can now log in on our website, rrmaglobal.org. The login details have been shared with you through email recently. On our member pages, you will find various content and resources to keep you updated on the regulatory landscape. Stay informed on international news, deadlines, and regulatory updates. Get early access to events, webinars, and courses. Tailor your member pages based on your most relevant countries and regions. And make sure to use our CAS database to identify a chemical's CAS number and its status. For any questions regarding the login, the platform, or other concerns, contact the RRMA team and we will assist you.
Ready to lead the future of chemical regulations? Introducing the world's first Certified Regulatory Professionals Program, Chemicals, designed for industry veterans and business leaders. Gain unmatched expertise and drive success in global compliance with this groundbreaking program, built for those ready to set a new standard. The Certified Regulatory Professionals Program, Chemicals, is designed to give you the expertise needed to navigate global safety and compliance standards like REACH, GHS, and other key frameworks. Whether you're in chemical manufacturing or industrial safety, this program equips you with vital knowledge and hands-on skills. With real-world case studies and interactive learning modules, you'll be able to apply these insights immediately. Plus, earning a globally recognized certification boosts your professional credibility and opens doors to new opportunities. Enroll today and take control of your future in regulatory affairs. Ready to lead the future of chemical regulations? Introducing the world's first certified regulatory professionals program, Chemicals, designed for industry veterans and business leaders. Gain unmatched expertise and drive success in global compliance with this groundbreaking program, built for those ready to set a new standard. The Certified Regulatory Professionals Program, Chemicals, is designed to give you the expertise needed to navigate global safety and compliance standards like REACH, GHS, and other key frameworks. Whether you're in chemical manufacturing or industrial safety, this program equips you with vital knowledge and hands-on skills. With real-world case studies and interactive learning modules, you'll be able to apply these insights immediately. Plus, earning a globally recognized certification boosts your professional credibility and opens doors to new opportunities. Enroll today and take control of your future in regulatory affairs. Ready to lead the future. Ready to lead the
Hello. Jagdish, can we have the session 2 slides? Yes. Hi, everyone. I believe the 30 minutes break went a little further, and I think we are running late in the conference. And sincere apologies to the online participants as well. There has been some delay It's always a challenge to run the online as well as the physical session simultaneously. I request the audience to please settle down. We are starting with the session one, sorry. And this session is about key developments, emerging trends, and their implications globally. For this session, we have Dr. Shivanand Shetty. He is the partner and head ESG from KPMG. He'll be chairing this session. And then we have presenters from different organizations, starting with Ms. Jacqueline Alvarez, head of the branch, United Nations Environmental Program. She'll be joining us online. May I request the AV team, if we have Ms. Alvarez joined online, can you confirm that? Has Ms. Alvarez joined online? Okay. And then we have Professor Anju Singh. She is representing Indian Institute of Management, Mumbai. And then we have Mr. Neerav Patel. He partner, Unicus Consultech. And then we have Dr. Charu Jain, Sustainability Lead, TUV Rhineland. Mr. Manish Dapkara, President, Carbon Markets Association of India. And last but not the least, Mr. Neeraj Mohanty, Managing Director, Core Carbon X Solutions Private Limited. During this session, we'll be talking about, under this umbrella term, we'll hear presentations on global framework of chemicals and related initiatives. We'll be hearing presentations on ESG, sustainable developments important for Indian industry, and also an overview of carbon scheme in India and abroad, as well as in Europe, so on and so forth. With this, I would like to invite the first speaker for this session, Ms. Jacqueline Alvarez, online. The AV team, can you please ensure that we have Ms. Jacqueline Alvarez online and it's shown on the screen? Meanwhile, they are setting up. I'll just give a very brief, layout of these sessions, how we are going to go forward. So this is the first session. Every session has a chair, and then first we'll go around with all the presentations. Then the session chair will set the stage for the panel discussion, and then the whole panel will come on the stage, and then we'll go around with the panel discussion part. If the time allows, since we are running late, we'll take up some questions from the audience. If not, please submit your questions to our team, and then we'll try to address them post the conference by the panelist. I believe it is taking time for the AV team to set up for Ms. Jacqueline Alvarez. Meanwhile, they do that. May I request the next presenter, Mr. Neerav Patel, to come up on the dais and then give his talk. I think we can have a round of applause for him. It should be functioning.
Just keep it aside.
The AV team, can you put Mr. Neerav's slides?
Am I audible? Yeah. A very good afternoon to all of you all. After a very engaging first session, let me dive into the technical sessions that we have planned for this afternoon, for the rest of the day. The topic that I'm going to cover this afternoon in the next 10 or 12 minutes is largely talking to you on the important topic of ESG reporting. A lot of you, my friends in the room, might have done ESG reporting in your roles as regulatory leads in chemical companies. ESG, environment, social governance, as the acronym stands for, is a very, very important trend. Okay, wherever we go, whichever boards I have met in the recent past, one of the things that comes with absolute regularity is the topic of sustainability, topic on ESG. So this is topmost on the agenda for boards across the world, right? What I'm going to delve into in this discussion is which is the direction of the wind. Where are the regulations headed? What is happening across the world? I'll
focus on the domain of ESG standards and ESG regulations, right? So can I have the first slide, please? The way the regulations are going, the regulations are the stakeholders. Earlier, when you talked about ESG, the real stakeholder used to be the investor. The investors were very concerned about it. They used to ask companies about what they are as part of the whole building the resilience or long-term resilience of the company. They used to ask several questions of companies as to what are their initiatives, how are they going on their path to ESG. No longer that is the case. The stakeholders are now expanding significantly. Given the importance of this, regulators are coming into the fray, the customers are coming into the fray, given the importance this has on the global supply chain. Chemical industry is an important cog in that wheel. Customers are coming into the fray. Employees who are more concerned about the social aspect are also demanding of the organizations on what their initiatives are, what their policies are around ESG. So there's a broad expansion of the stakeholder set. Second most important thing is things are now moving away from a voluntary reporting system to a more mandatory reporting system. Europe has taken a lead in this in this journey, where starting next year, most large companies, companies having more than 50 million euros of sale, are going to mandatorily be required to report on their ESG performance. So what started as an investor-driven requirement, what started as a more voluntary regime, is now becoming mandatory, right? So very important for all of you to focus on that. Third is, given the whole importance of this, and given the nature and given the stakeholder expansion, more and more regulators, more and more companies across the world are either getting themselves subjected to audit, or the local regulators are asking the data that has been put out has been assured, right? My co-panelist, Dr. Charu, who is an experienced professional as far as this is concerned, may delve more light on the topic. The data management needs as far as ESG is concerned are very unique. If you look at financial reporting, if you look at any other reporting, you are focused on a common denominator, rupee or a dollar amount or whatever. The data needs of ESG are very diverse. It could be tons of CO2, it could be methane, it could be SOx, it could be NOx, it could be number of complaints, it could be the diversity ratio, the gender pay gap, it could be governance, data security, data privacy. The gamut is so wide that it touches all aspects of the organization, and hence creates that much more difficulty in obtaining the data. And hence the focus has to be on data. Talent, since this is an evolving subject, since this is in its nascency, there is no real talent available from the universities in quantum for professionals to be ready. Most of them are being trained on the job. Most of them are taking it up and learning as part of their day jobs on this important topic of ESG. So we see this as an important area. In several aspects of the organization, tech has been deeply embedded, but we aren't seeing that same trend as far as ESG is concerned, as far as ESG reporting is concerned. The data collation continues to be rudimentary, continues to be over emails, over Excel files and things like that. So there's a significant need for IT to be penetrated into this particular topic. As if it wasn't easier enough for companies to do their own reporting, get their own data, the regulators across the world are expanding to cover not just themselves, but also participants in the entity's value chain. So they are saying it's not enough for you to report. You also have to get data from your suppliers, have to get data from your customers, so on and so forth. Think of Apple as an organization. What does Apple do? Apple simply conceptualizes, designs, does R&D of the product, and does the marketing and the distribution of it. Everything in between is handled by companies in China, Taiwan, India, so on and so forth, right? So if Apple has to report and it does not include those supply chain partners, the business model or the overall impact of ESG will not be comprehensive, right? So very right on the part of the standard setters and the regulators to include third party, but that much more difficult to monitor, get the information, audit it, in some way be assured, be diligent on what information is coming from a third party, and then report it as part of your reporting. So again, a easy concept to understand, very difficult to implement. Last but not the least, there was a plethora of regulations, plethora of frameworks, standards. In fact, if I were to talk about that, I would take the entire day. It's an alphabet soup of the number of regulations that are there in the ESG domain. That fortunately is changing. There is significant amount of unification that is happening on the standards and frameworks, because one of the core tenets of any reporting is consistency and comparability. If you are not consistent year on year, or if you can't be compared with your peers, then no reporting is successful. So keeping that in mind, the standard setters are coming together and forming global sort of regulations, which are there on my next slide. Can you go to the next slide, please? So two predominant in the last, if I may say, 24 to 36 months, two predominant changes that are coming in this world on ESG reporting. One is the body which issues standards on financial reporting, that is IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standard, has formed a sister body called the ISSB, or the International Sustainability Standards Board. And that board is now issuing standards. They've already issued two standards, S1 and S2. One is on general information and the other is on climate information. Two have been issued. Now, the endeavor of the ISSB, given that the IFRS standards are prevalent in upwards of 150 countries, the endeavor of this body would be to make sure that they become the global baseline of standards and reporting, so that, as I said, you can achieve comparability and consistency, and very helps a great deal from an investor standpoint. The second important piece of regulation, given the time that it takes for the ISSB being a global organization to kind of move forward, the Europeans, because they have been quite advanced as far as the whole climate change, sustainability, ESG journey is concerned, they have issued a set of very formidable standards and reporting requirements called the CSRD. They've issued 12 standards under the directive, which are applicable to companies in Europe or non-European companies having operations of a certain size in Europe. So these two are fast becoming the global baseline as far as standards are concerned. At some stage, they will seek alignment, is our hope and wish, but that's what is happening as far as the standards are concerned. So these standards will set the required KPIs, the required amount of information that should go into an organization's sustainability report as a baseline based on the topics that the company believes are material to them. Right? So for chemical industry, if certain topics are material to you, for those, the KPIs will be enshrined in the standard. And because it's a standard, it will also give you how to compute that so that you have one consistency and comparability. Right? Those are the two big sort of changes that are happening as far as ESG regulations are concerned on the reporting side across the globe. Next slide, please. On the data side, as I said, it's important that the data is assured. For any data to be assured, you need to have a framework If you see financial reporting, if you see many of the reportings, it rests on a framework given by international standard setters, international bodies such as the COSO, which comes up with a framework on how controls, processes have to be built for financial reporting. They have currently issued a voluntary supplemental guidance on what should be the way processes, the control environment be based for non-financial reporting. And very simply, it follows the same principle that is there for financial reporting. It talks about a control environment, to do a risk assessment of what is important, what are the activities that you do in terms of understanding the SOPs and the processes, and how you build controls. Is there a maker checker control? Is it an automated control? So on and so forth. And then how the whole monitoring and reporting aspect works on it. So one is the standards on what to report, and second are the standards to ensure how you report, how you collect the data, and how will an assurance provider look at the data that you've presented in a meaningful manner to enable them to form an opinion, right? So this, in short, I had to discuss as far as the realm of ESG is concerned, as far as reporting and assurance is concerned. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Nirav, for a very insightful start of this session. I would like to now invite Dr. Charu Jain, Sustainability Lead, TUV Rhineland, for her presentation on the topic of key sustainability developments important for Indian industry to know. Yes. I'll bring it now.
No, let's put this one quickly. Pocket. So if I flip from here, it will go there? It won't. Okay. Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Little bit of bad throat, so please bear with me. Mumbai rains hasn't really done good to me, okay, since yesterday. 10 minutes, 20 slides, bored, very boring industry, chemical industry, even bored topic, regulations, right? So you have to be with me. I'm going to be really rushing, and please keep your notepads on. Lots of good information to digest on later, and then you can ask me questions in the panel discussion. Okay, so next slide, and the first slide. So I think this is the action we have discussed would work. Everybody knows what sustainability is. Just setting the context, it is the ability to sustain our natural resources by any organization, any individual who is running any operation, any economical activity on earth. So ability to sustain natural resources. But we are very selfish people. We are running a lot of manufacturing industries. Climate change is having bad impacts, and as per this data, which is coming from Boston Consulting Group, you will see 8 supply chains are majorly responsible for 50% of greenhouse gas emissions, globally. Now, what are these industries? Basically food, agriculture. In India, we say 93% of GHG emissions are coming from the agriculture industry, followed by construction, fashion, FMCG, electronics, auto, and so many other industries. Most of the emissions lies in manufacturing, transportation, and freight. When we talk about manufacturing, chemical manufacturers are directly responsible for it. None of the manufacturing industries are independent of chemicals. We are using tons and tons of chemicals, generic chemicals or specialty chemicals into the manufacturing processes. I personally come from fashion and textile industry, and I think we are the second largest polluting industry in the world. So most of the greenhouse gases are, the impacts are coming from these major 7 industries. And the world has gained attention, and especially the European Union has really come out with the Green Deal. Next slide, please. So let me just set the context here. So what has happened in 2020, European Union came with the European Green Deal, where they said anything that is imported inside the EU starting from 2024 should report their carbon emissions and should actually be working on reducing the impact, and that product should be circular in nature. Now when we talk about circularity, what happens is circularity comes with the material flow. That means anything which is a waste of a factory should becomes a raw material for the next one, right? So nothing is called waste when it comes to circularity. Okay, so now they are challenging me that speak without it, which is not possible really, because I have lots of legislations to talk about. So what happens in 2020, European Green Deal was launched, and as a result of this Green Deal, around 27 legislative proposals came into circulation by the various ministries of the European Union, right? So there was a time when I was doing advocacy with the European Union. I was sitting in front of the MEPs, and MEPs were fighting. So that, okay, which one will go first? Now, which one will go first? The point here is the legislations that will come into force, it would have direct impact on the manufacturing industries. India is one of the largest manufacturing industries, exporting to Europe, right? Followed by US. So that means any product that we are manufacturing in India and we are exporting to Europe would have to give the complete detail and traceability information of that product manufacturing and declare it via a green label, right? Okay. Guys, we are in real problem here, okay, without the slider. But so look at this. So there has been lots of development starting from Kyoto Protocol in 1997. Then European Green Deal got launched in 2019, and then IPCC first report in 2021, and finally we are here in 2024, where Europe came out, finally released and approved their first directive, which is called European Union Green Claim Directive. Okay, this is approved and in now force from July 2024. It aims to prevent and any false or misleading information that we put on our product while exporting or while it gets imported by Europe, and any environmental label which is not able to provide sufficient information would be called as greenwashed claim or greenwashing. Okay, so greenwashing is a term where you are not able to back up the scientific your label with the scientific research and the certification behind it, right? So greenwashing is not allowed. Now what happens is sustainability has all these drivers, and why we are here today, out of all these 7 drivers, the 2 key drivers which really enforces and maintains the carrot and stick approach, I'm not a very big fan of it, but that works. What to do? Regulatory requirements and government policies, right? And in chemical manufacturing sector, which is slightly more unregulated in India, regulations would play a role. I feel regulations would play a role. And in order for regulations to play a role, what is important is that we create awareness about these regulations, the external regulations we adopt, and we try to harmonize our own regulations, internal, India-based regulations, to ramp up the quality of production that we are doing. So when it comes to measurement of sustainability regulations, there are these voluntary standards which are playing a role, and Nirav has spoken about ESG reporting. So there are, companies set science-based targets, climate disclosure program, TCFD, all these reporting frameworks are out there through which you can actually report your organizational carbon footprint, etc. But I'm going to speak to you specifically about what Europe is bringing to us in terms of legislations that is specifically going to impact the chemical sector, because we are here representing the chemical sector. So this is the whole timeline. You can take the picture of it and we can talk about it. Now, out of all these different legislations, if you see, what's important here is Green Deal is linked with taxonomy, linked with reporting standards, linked with supply chain, advertising, circularity, and ultimate goal of all these legislations is to reduce the climate change impacts and bring circularity into the material flow. Now, the question from me to you is, can chemicals be manufactured in a circular manner? Can you produce chemicals which can be recycled? Have you ever thought about it? It is a one-time usage. It goes into the wastewater, and after that, what? Different industries are measuring the impact of wastewater and blaming the chemicals for the whole environmental damage. So we are actually at fault if we are chemical manufacturers. Green Deal has all these various aspects, and it says, okay, these are all the objectives of the Green Deal, but majorly main objective is to mobilize the industry for a clean and circular economy. And all these industries are directly impacted. So take a note of that: textiles, plastic, electronics, construction, building. So if you are a chemical supplier to all these industries, you are going to come onto the radar. So circular economy is the key goal, that, okay, please create an economy together which is circular in nature. Okay, so now this is a novel legislative landscape in the EU. We are talking about Green Claims Directive, EUDR, ESPR, CSD, EPR, DPP. If I go into detail, I can speak about these for like 3 hours. But to cut short, let's look into the emerging legislations which are actually influencing the chemical industry, right? Because we are representing here. The first one is Chemical Strategy for Sustainability. This has already been launched in July 2023. It is already coming in force, and being a certification body person, I receive requests every day from the chemical manufacturers: how can I certify my chemicals for this? Okay, so this is a strategy. This is not a legislation, it's a guidance document. This says in next few years, EU Commission will trigger more than 50 regulatory measures, including a revision on REACH and CLP. And what it wants to do is that current well-functioning approach of considering both hazard, use, and exposure will be replaced with a generic or hazard-based approach to risk management. That means every chemical, whether it is a generic chemical, if you're talking about soda, if you're talking about just sodium chloride, etc., whatever, everything has to go through the risk assessment based on hazard to environment, society, and marine. So they would slowly ramp up, reach up to that. As per my understanding, REACH right now is not taking care of the generic chemicals, and that is why lot of the generic chemical manufacturers get away with the inferior quality products into the market. So this is on radar. 50 new regulations are coming to us by 2030 from Europe, if you are a generic chemical manufacturer. Now the second one, ESPR, which means Eco Design for Sustainable Products. If you are contributing your chemical to any product manufacturing, they are saying please design your product from the very beginning, keeping the life cycle and approach in mind. That means chemicals input should also be a sustainable chemical input, right? So the scope is almost all the physical goods, broadening obligations. The product should be circular, durable, repairable, chemically compliant. It should not have hazardous substances, and all these things in mind. So ESPR is also a guidance document, has been launched already, and most of the European manufacturers are asking their suppliers to design a product which can become biodegradable or disposable in nature when it is discarded, right? And chemicals have a role to play there. CLP, which is European Chemical Agency, classification, labeling, and packaging of substances. REACH would revise this document, in line with chemical strategy. And this would also, what will happen? All the chemicals which are bioaccumulative, persistent, toxic, or causing problem to the reproduction would be labeled as hazardous. So here again, the specialty chemical manufacturers are already taking care of these parts, but I think the generic ones will come onto radar. This is my personal perception. Now, what is important is Green Claims Directive. Green Claim says anything you are claiming that this is made of recycled cotton, this is made of recycled paper, any claim which has a green word on it, or label which says it is a sustainable product, you have to back it up with scientific data behind it. Okay, and if you do not have that scientific backing, then you are accused for greenwashing, and there are punishments attached to it. So this is what it is basically. So chemical strategy is going to pay attention to the cocktail effect of chemicals. That means formulations will come into radar, right? So there are generic chemicals, specialty chemicals are those formulations. So be careful when you're doing that. And there would be ban on most of the harmful chemicals along with all these. Okay, now the direct impact. So one direct example, chemical strategy. For example, if we test chemicals in textiles and chemical industry, suppose we are testing the textiles for REACH, ROHS, VOCs, chemical ecotoxicity in toys and furniture, all these tests. As per the chemical strategy, Based on these test reports and certifications, you can back up your claim as a green claim, and then that will also contribute to your sustainability reporting. Because CSRD, as Nirav suggested, it is going to ask for what are the green claims you are producing, you're mentioning on your product. So sustainability reporting would have a big component on what products you are producing and how they are circular in nature. Now, what I'm trying to say here is that all these directives are talking to each other. They are not standalone directives. They are designed in such a way by European Union that they all are working with each other. They have to work in tandem with each other. And then the whole objective of all these strategies is to bring circularity into the ecosystem, right? Okay, so quick one. ESPR says the same thing. It says start start the production of your product by keeping the design phase in mind. So start from the design phase. If you put the environment friendly features at the designing phase in your mind, you would be able to implement it and then put compliance to it and then evaluate it, right? So eco design in mind. PPWR, packaging and waste regulation, is saying that all the packaging, if you're contributing to the packaging material manufacturing, all these packaging products should be tested against all these criterias: heavy metals, recycled content verification, FCM testing, recycled material. And we are already doing all these in our labs, and the demand is increasing day by day. And why? Because manufacturers have to export to European Union, European countries or US countries. PPWR is also adopted by US as it is. So if you are exporting to US, it is also applicable, right? Now, Green Claims Directive, I again want to, it is an impending regulation. The final hearing of this regulation is coming, in last quarter of this year, and 99.9% chances are there it will get approved. So once it gets approved from December 2024, Green Claims Directive is coming in force. That means after that, if you're exporting any product to Europe, it should have that green claim. I mean, if you are putting a green claim, you should have a scientific backing behind it. Other than that, if you are not sure about it, please do not claim your product as green in any senses. Yeah. Otherwise, you would be greenwashing your product. And the main purpose of greenwashing or green claims is to promote the use of EU certification. European Union do want to promote European label, EU label, EU eco label, and there are other labels which are coming in picture. Also link it to the CSRD, link it to the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive and other directives, right? So Green Claims Directive is the most Bible directive, which is going to link with all other chemical regulations. Okay, so last but not the least, now all these things, when you regulate and you measure and you test and you say, why are we investing into this? Why do we need to do this? Now the thing is that as we want to, when we want to enter into another country, we need a passport. EU is saying you need to have a digital product passport. That means all your products, when it is entering, it should have a scanner, which is your digital passport to that product. And that passport would define, DPP means it is therefore defined as a set of data specific to a product that includes the information specified in the applicable delegated act, and that is accessible via electronic means through a data carrier. And that is why we are talking about data again and again. Data of your energy, water, waste, chemicals, GHG emissions related data, how much you have procured sustainably, how you have manufactured sustainably, how much energy, emissions and all those stuff. Everything has to be into that one label, okay, through some data system, and then it should fulfill all these requirements. Your final product which is entering should be durable, reliable, reusable, upgradable, repairable. And from chemical perspective, it should not have presence of substances of concern. Energy use and energy efficiency should be defined, how resource efficient it was, whether it was recycled or not, to what percentage it was recycled, etc. So DPP, many new businesses are now coming up. It is creating a lot of business opportunities where people are creating new data information management systems. DPP would look like something like this on your mobile app, right? So where there is basic data elements which will link to the DPP data, control data elements. There would be a public data and restricted data, and then there would be control data sets. Now where this data will go is most important. European Union is creating a central registry of all this data. Anything that you upload would be controlled by European Union in their central registry. It would look something like that. Okay, so you would be able to scan any product from your app, from your mobile, and you would see, suppose the battery gets exported to Europe, there would be a whole information about the battery in terms of number, etc. And you see how the sustainability related information in terms of absolute values would be there. DPP is coming in force from, oh, I'm so tired. DPP is coming in force from July 2025. So we are really getting up. We are getting ready. Certification bodies are getting ready because we are receiving a lot of inquiries. Chemical manufacturers are really stressing a lot, honestly speaking. Brands and retailers are, the large brands, because they have to now, if they have to sell their products to Europe, they are worried, how would this work? Because for them, it is about managing thousands of their suppliers, right? So it's a lots and lots of data we are talking about, but this has been passed in European Union and it is coming in force in July 2025. So this is the biggest pain point right now for the whole industry, but this is going to happen, and eventually this is really going to help manufacturing industries as well, because what we are bringing ultimately is traceability and accountability to what we produce, right? So there are benefits to it. Once we go through this pain, I feel we would be in a very safe place by 2030. So I finished it in 10 minutes. Thank you. Sorry, Babu, I troubled you for.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Charu. And the audience doesn't know that she has been unwell last evening, and still she could make it for the presentation. It has been quite a run, but I believe there is all relevant information available on the slides. And if you have the permission, we'd be also sharing the slides later on, so you can go through it in detail. But I believe we'll continue this discussion further on during the panel discussion, covering all the regulations that you have mentioned. So thanks a lot, and also apologies for this technical, difficulty with your slides. Thanks. I believe with this, I would like to now call the third speaker in this panel, Mr. Manish Dapkara, President, Carbon Markets Association of India. I believe he has also planned to join physically, but last night, due to some other emergencies, he has to drop off, but he has managed to join us online. Team, can we put Mr. Manish online on the screen for the audience, as well as his slides?
Yeah, hi. Can I share my slides from my screen or hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
If it is taking time, Jagdish, shall we move on to the next speaker? In the meantime, you're setting up? Okay, yeah, thanks. So I would like to invite now Professor Anju Singh from Indian Institute of Management, Mumbai. And her topic will be case studies and analysis on BRSR submissions within India.
Yeah, sure. So my 10 minutes starts when the slide starts. Okay, yes. So very happy to be here. And I'll be talking a little bit on the why of why we are doing whatever we are doing, and also a little bit on BRSR. But there's a lot of data of 1,000 companies which we have worked on, and so it's not possible to cover it in 10 minutes at any point. So we have this, we have this plethora of a lot of things going on. So after this, it becomes like this, and then it becomes like this. And then it's like what's going on, right? So it took a long time for financial reporting to settle down. It took about 20 to 30 years. So it's going to take a little bit of time for ESG to settle down also, right? And that's what, so we want clarity, right? That's what everybody started asking, what's going on, so much of confusion. And why it's happening is because there are a lot of reporters, software providers, and auditors who are looking for the information, collecting the information, making it in a form into, converting it into standards and frameworks, which there are many information users of, right? So once sustainability got linked with ESG and got linked with money, then a lot of things changed for sustainability. And there are a lot of, you know, other data providers, other analytics platforms, other end users and regulators who are looking at this information, right? So this information is being generated and is flowing in various forms. So I will not get into the details of this because this is already being covered. This is the evolution of ESG and the overview. You have standards, frameworks, tools, techniques, investors, resources, educator resources, and global goals. There are principles. So there are a lot of different categories of frameworks and standards coming up, right? And if we want clarity, there is clarity. In 2024, there's a report which gives a lot of details on what's happening in terms of sustainability, in terms of investor financial initiatives that are being taken. These are on the slides and these can be circulated, right? So, and the conclusion of that 70-page report was alignment is needed, right? So why we went into all these directions when we needed the alignment? Okay, that will happen. Chaos, the result of chaos may be something really beautiful that comes up later, right? So I'll just go into some of the whys. So now, if you look at, so this is like going backwards. If you look at life on Earth, it is 3.8 billion years of research and development, 24/7, right? And if you see when human species came, which is like 30 million of us, which came, if you take a year, and 1st January is when life started, we came on 31st of December evening, right? And how old is manufacturing? It's only 250 years old, right? So whatever solutions you need are already available with nature, right? So when we talk of bio, when we talk of enzymes, it is a lot more benign environment. So the chemistry is totally different, right? So when we want solutions, we can always look at nature and get the solutions we want. And that is what is biomimicry. It's a science, and there's a lot of product development happening through biomimicry. And the most important sentence here is life creates conditions conducive for life. That means always life creates conditions conducive. And if we go opposite, like we are creating conditions that are not conducive, I don't know how long we will survive, right? Then we have the MDGs, which got converted into SDGs, which all companies and governments are following. We have John Elkington, triple bottom line, which is important that earlier we thought of business, environment, and society separately. And then we came to shared value, which was like we're sharing everything. And then finally, we have come to a systems value, where we have business, which is dependent on society and dependent on environment. And that's why when we take any decision in business, we have to look at the environment and society like we do for quality. So there's quality consciousness. Similarly, we have sustainability consciousness. And also you might have heard, I'm not sure, of Stuart Hart, which the sustainable value framework, which was followed by many companies, which was about internal, external, today and tomorrow. So immediately what we can do and what we can do next. And then we have the natural step, which is a very important framework, also very basic to sustainability. Not many people talk about it. And this was by a doctor who was looking at child cancer. And all the Patagonia, Interface, IKEA, most of the companies followed this framework in the beginning. So in a sustainable society, when we see ourselves in a sustainable society, because right now we are not in a sustainable society, concentration of substances extracted from Earth's crust have to be stopped. Second is very important for this audience. Concentration of substances produced by society. So the amount of chemicals we are producing and the amount of chemicals we are using is has not been there for a long time earlier, right? Degradation by physical means. And in that society, people are not subject to conditions that systematically undermine their capacity to meet their needs, right? And when we are doing this, we have to keep asking the company. So they also advocated in the company and governments that we are moving in the right direction. We have a flexible platform of various options, and that we are getting a good return on investment. So when we talk of sustainability, we are looking at good return on investment also, right? Circular economy, Charu already spoke about it. Please go to Ellen MacArthur website. There are 500 plus case studies on how companies have actually done circular economy. And here the most important thing is that all this is by design. So circular economy has three principles: eliminate waste and pollution by design, circulate products and materials at their highest value. So phone being used as a phone is at its highest value, not being used as components. Regenerate nature always while we are doing whatever we are doing. And you should also hear her story of how she went from sailing and realized when she was at sea that how everything is so finite on the ship for next 100 days. And there's a way to calculate your score on circularity, right? So that's also available on the website. Then we came with the GRI, which is a 1,000-page guidance document of GRI where everything is available. If you have any doubt on any of the GRI concepts on how to calculate, why it's important, everything is available there, right? And here we, for the first time, defined for companies what criteria are important. And these are the general disclosures. So how do you, so as governance became important, governance came into more focus here. Then we have the strategy, how you align the two. And then we have the economic, environment, and social parameters, which were defined at that time and have been updating, right? So supply chain was not there earlier, it has come in. Compliance was not there earlier, has been added to all. And then there is also materiality, right, in that. So LCA is life cycle assessment because, it's very important. How do you understand what's the impact of what you're doing? If you don't understand what's the impact of what you're doing, how are you going to change it? Right? So it's very important to understand the impact on health and environment. Why we are in this mess is because we did a lot of things without understanding the impacts. Right? So an LCA gives you clearly as a score what is more environmentally friendly, whether it's a paper bag or a plastic bag or a cloth bag. So it's very clearly gives you that understanding. Right? So we have BRSR, which is the mandatory requirement by our government, and it was earlier not mandatory, but it has become mandatory now. And there are 9 principles to it. It also has parameters which have to be measured in environment, social, and governance areas. And there is core and light to it. So core is that which has to be done, and light is voluntary ESG disclosures for unlisted and smaller listed companies, right? And this is just an example. We can skip this. And if you see the other frameworks, how many companies have been reporting on each of the frameworks? So this is just some data to get you, like CDP has maximum, because CDP is carbon disclosure, and it has done a great service in the way it has helped in reporting. Now BRSR, also there are 9 principles and everything else. I'm not in love with it, but I'm okay with it. But the thing is that it's important thing it has done is it has brought in the data that was required to come out. So if you look at the data of BRSR, there are 4,000 to 5,000 columns of Excel that get filled when we do the analysis, right? So that's an important thing. So when we talk of there's a lot of talk on materialities, right? So when you analyze the 1,000 companies, what are the material issues that are there? For most of them, 60% of them, it's like energy, climate, governance and ethics, product and technology, right? And these are standards and codes. So if you look at what standards and codes most companies are following, they are following 9,001, 14,001, 45,001, which we don't talk of, right? Sorry. And then if you look at environment, we have climate, energy and water, which is the main focus. If you look at social, we have employees, safety, health and training, and also community. If you look at governance, it's governance practices, ethics, diversity and strategy. And then there are some other goals which companies follow. So this is a analysis of the 1,000 companies which are there. We'll skip most of the rest, but we have, like, if you see who's heading. So in most companies, you see the board or the CEO is heading the sustainability, right? So there are a lot of things we'll just skip, right? So this is principle wise. Whatever questions are asked, this is the data on that. And we've done it sector wise, so you get a sector perspective also. Yeah, so what next, right? So what is it that we all can do, right? So now if you look at sustainability awareness, which is not taken very seriously, right? So are we consistently increasing the sustainability awareness amongst all employees and workers on a day-to-day basis? Because when we say sustainability consciousness, when we say quality consciousness, if the floor person doesn't understand, the lineman doesn't understand why it's important, the moment you turn your back, he will do what he was doing earlier, right? So how do we, on a day-to-day basis, consistently make initiatives? And it doesn't require much money. Second is compliance. I'm not putting these slides because I'm in a compliance audience. Has been there earlier. So if you look at the compliance, okay, we have so many of them. This is the Factories Act. This is Factories Act again, and this Factories Act again. Then we have environmental laws, right? Huge number of environmental laws. Then we have NBC, DISH. We have PESO. We have CSR. Okay, that's also by law mandated in India. And then we have BRSR. Now, what in those parameters was there which is missing here? Already everything is covered in compliance, right? And if we think compliance is actually what the government is telling you, it's important for your company. This parameter is important for your company, and this is the bare minimum you have to do. What initiatives are we taking further than compliance in the parameters which are already there, right? So that is what we have to sort of think about. Consumer awareness. Are we doing consistently on a day-to-day basis to raise awareness among consumers on how they can behave more responsibly with your products, with more safety, with more health consciousness, right? Are we doing anything there? There also, there's no money required. It's about initiatives, it's about creativity. There's so many things that can be done. And is core business strategy, your sustainability strategy, are they same? If there are two strategies in a company, doesn't work. I have PhD students who have worked on vision mission statements of company where sustainability exists, the action is taken. right? And when it's not there, it's not there. So these are some few things that I wanted to discuss. So this is by Patagonia, which is considered to be the most sustainable company in the world. I know it sounds crazy, but every time I have made a decision that is best for the planet, I have made money. Every time I'm stumped with a business problem, the answer is always increase the quality. Right? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Anju. And I believe if the audience remembers, one of the emphasis which Mr. Rupak Saraswat during his keynote also gave was on the concept of quality, and that's where we ended the last talk. Um, I believe we are running quite late with the overall agenda, and thanks for all your patience. I would request just the other speakers who are lined up in this session to keep it to the timeline so that we try to optimize. We request your help. That's it. I believe we have and now managed to restore the technical connection with Miss Jacqueline Alvarez, head of the branch UNEP online. I believe the AV team, if you can put Miss Jacqueline Alvarez online. Excellent. Yeah. Welcome, Jacqueline. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can also hear you clear and loud. Thanks a lot for joining, and I believe the floor is all yours. We are looking forward to hearing you.
Yes, good day to all, and thank you for the opportunity to be in with you today. This is a very, very exciting session, in particular because we all have a role to play, but mainly those that are in a way in the decision-making position. So you know that 1 year ago, practically exactly this time of the year in Bonn, there was an agreement, a global agreement on adopting a framework on chemicals and waste. This framework has different objectives and different targets, and in a way is trying to lead the way towards what we are calling the new global regulatory frameworks for understanding and addressing chemicals and waste. So I will be talking a little about it, but I would also like to refer to what happened this February at the United Nations Environment Assembly. And this, as you know, is the main or the most important moment in time for those people that are working in development and in environment. And at that moment, we had not only the adoption at the ministers of environment of this framework that I was mentioning, but also some discussions on highly hazardous pesticides. So I will be starting with the global framework on chemicals, and it has in a way defined working towards implementation programs. The first one of them is talking about national institutional capacities and regulatory frameworks. And it brings all those stakeholders in the same level play field so that countries, for example, need to adopt and implement new regulatory frameworks to enhance their national capacities. And this is not only to prevent and minimize adverse effects of chemicals and waste according to their national circumstances, but it's also to start looking with a broad mind and legislation becoming a little more comprehensive. For example, we at UNEP, we are working very strongly on bringing in the different aspects that makes development. So what are we talking about? We are not only talking about the globally harmonized system for labeling, for example, but we're talking about how to bring in investors in the businesses, how to look at trade with a different eye, how to look at those that are in a way developing innovation, doing research and development, closer to the agenda so that we don't have the trade-offs. You have heard a lot of times that we need to go sustainable and that we need to have transitions, energy transitions, minerals, for example. So we still need, and we are looking forward to have clear understanding on what the regulatory frameworks are needed to do that. So this chemicals framework, and I will highlight one of those of the targets that it has, which relates to highly hazardous pesticides. And this one in particular is referring to phasing them out by 2035. So the requirement there, this target is talking specifically about taking effective measures to phase out highly hazardous pesticides in agriculture, meaning that that target will require that those measures go beyond technical and financial considerations, but they will need to go into the investment areas, into the regulatory framework areas. There are also other targets talking about safer alternatives and sustainable approaches through the life cycle of chemicals, bringing in best available techniques, green procurement, circular economy approaches. So those policies are also at this moment under development. This target that I am mentioning, it's also by 2035. But there are others by 2030, for example, talking about the private sector and including the finance sector, incorporating strategies and policies to implement the sound and safe management of chemicals and waste in their finance approaches. And this brings us to what you might have heard about the financial disclosures, that we have already financial disclosures on climate and financial disclosures on nature, and how does this reflect towards the financial disclosures possibilities into the area of pollution and health. You also know very strongly, I am assuming, the fact that we are negotiating at the international level a treaty to end plastic pollution. The final meeting will take place in December, November, December this year in Busan, and the international community will agree, among other things, in bringing or phasing out the plastic pollution, but not only looking at the end of the pipe aspects, but also potentially looking at the upstream and how we can avoid single-use plastics, for example, how we can, in a way, look at certain potential targets, for example, of recyclable content in consumer goods. All of these topics are part of what we are considering our main efforts towards changing the dynamics of regulatory developments, but also including the concepts of working with sectoral approaches. So no longer in a chemical by chemical approach where, for example, some of the multilateral environmental agreements are phasing out or banning the use of pesticides or the use of certain industrial chemicals, but now going more into the concepts of supply chains and how supply chains need not only to share their information, but also bringing in different aspects that includes green and sustainable chemistry approaches, that brings in considerations on how to move and change from the trade aspects, from the innovation aspects, and from the investment and considerations that are needed. In these aspects, we have also been working very strongly with what we are calling the third pillar of the science policy interfaces. That is not an organ that will bring regulatory development as such, but it will bring all the science that it is needed to have be underneath any decision-making processes. This panel for chemicals, waste and prevention of pollution is hopefully going to be finally established February next year in either or maybe later in the year, but it's bringing the whole sound science foundations for these regulatory developments that are needed at the international level. If we look at supply chains, and textiles is one of those that are really working on getting into the standards space and working a little more into bringing some of the different areas of work that they are doing close to voluntary approaches rather than regulatory approaches, but it's a very important step forward. Yesterday in New York, we heard a partnership established to work on lead, and this is one of the objectives of that is that by 2040, no other children in the world is having lead in their blood. And that also implies a huge amount of work in the regulatory space. If we are looking about this metal in particular, what you have in front of you is 86%, for example, of the lead is being used for lead acid batteries, and lead acid batteries are essential in the energy transitions. So we have to really work towards doing things in a sustainable manner. So in a nutshell, we have the global framework on chemicals and waste. That one is really talking about institutional, national strengthening and regulatory frameworks, new approaches. There is also within this framework implementation programs that talks to consumers, it talks to companies, it talks to investors, it talks to insurers. And the targets, as I was mentioning before, most of them are due 2030, but we have some 2035. That is getting us closer to what we consider sustainable solutions. If I go a little into the agricultural sector and the highly hazardous pesticides, as I was mentioning before, this is really trying to address and phase out most of the big difficulties that we are having in agriculture. There is another area of work that regulatory frameworks are starting to happen very strongly, and that is with pharmaceuticals, particularly those that are related to antimicrobial resistance. And antimicrobial resistance is not only an issue of health, but it's also an issue of plants, it's an issue of animals, and of course, an issue of environment. And in there, there are a lot of considerations about wastewater and how the different, in a way, companies and need to be addressing that area. So many things going on in parallel at this moment in this field. And as you have seen, nothing is talking only about one specific sector, but mainly about how to move towards sustainability. If I referred again to sectors, I mentioned the energy transition, I mentioned the areas of medicines, for example, the areas of textiles, but we're also working very strongly in the area of construction and buildings, in the areas of minerals and metals, and of course, at the end of the day, in the area of electronics, which is one of the most important, in a way, areas that we need to really think thoroughly how to continue. Lancet 2024 was in a way ranking up all the global health threats. And if you look closely, sometimes you think, okay, maybe climate is one of the biggest, but in reality, it ranked within the six top ones, and the first one that ranked was artificial intelligence. So everything that it is related to how we are managing artificial intelligence is also one of the areas that many countries might need to have regulatory frameworks and developments, and that goes hand by hand with the supply chains, with how we look at the data and how we are in a way ensuring the safety of the information that we are getting towards. Within UNEP, we also have created what we call Environment GPT, and it would be very good if you can help us in trying and getting feedback to all of us. So with this, I'm ending the intervention at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Jacqueline. And I believe it was a rather comprehensive, but also a short introduction to or a brief as well as an update to all the initiatives as well as the global framework on chemicals. And this gave a very good insight, I believe, to the audience about all sorts of different initiatives as well as their key objectives and impact. And this is where it all starts, and then gets spread into the different types of regulations and their implementations and so on and so forth. So I believe that was really helpful, and thanks a lot for your time as well as for the talk.
Thank you very much. Happy to follow up with any questions online or afterwards by email if needed.
Yes, Jacqueline. The idea is that there are a couple of more presentations in this panel. We'll be doing now those presentations, and towards the end of it, we have a session chair, and then he'll be, sharing some questions with the panelists. So if you can be with us for some more time, that would be really appreciated. Yes, thank you. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Manish Dabkara, President, Carbon Market Association of India, for his next presentation. In the last two presentations, we'll be hearing more about the carbon markets, carbon credits, specifically focusing in the Indian market as well as the European market. And Mr. Manish, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Manish from CMAI. So, can you please confirm if you can hear me, and also the screen is being shared?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr.
Okay.
Manish, and the audience can also see the screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am going to cover related overview of the carbon scheme in India and abroad. So about CMAI, CMAI is Carbon Markets Association of India, and it is having goal to do policy advocacy related to the carbon markets in India, related to the voluntary and compliance carbon markets. And the main focus is empowering India's carbon market policy research and advocacy, innovative interventions, capacity building, community initiatives, and partnerships. So these are all the goals we have at CMIA. I am from EKI Energy Services Limited. We are one of the largest carbon credit project developer and supplier listed at BAC. And so these are all the credentials that is there. And if you are looking to get the PPT, obviously the organizers may forward the same afterwards. But if you are looking for the same, then you can scan and get the same with the help of this code. So coming over the climate change, we all know what is greenhouse gas effect, what is the natural one, and what is the human enhanced greenhouse gas effect. And because of the increase in concentration of these greenhouse gases, which are very much essential for us to survive. If you see at the this part of the slide, it is very, very essential for us to maintain the global Earth's temperature, and this greenhouse gas effect. Greenhouse gases are very, very, very much important for us to survive on this planet Earth. But because of the concentration of the increase of this 7 greenhouse gases, more and more heat is getting retained within the atmosphere, and so it is causing the problem related to the climate, global warming, and ultimately the climate change. This is the present scenario. The global temperature increased by the end of the century, or in fact, before the end of the century, at the mid of the century, by 2050, would be facing lots and lots of issues because of this global warming, climate change concern. As we all know, all the nations had signed Paris Agreement goal, and we do have a target to limit to cap the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and it should not go more than 2 degrees centigrade. To achieve this Paris Agreement goal, all the nations had submitted their NDC goals. If national determined contribution, that means, and if all the nations, if they will not do anything, that before the end of the century, 3.3 degrees centigrade is the temperature that we are going to attain. And if all those NDCs, if the nations would be able to achieve, then 3 degrees centigrade temperature definitely is going to increase by the mid of the century probably. But the target is to come from 3 degrees centigrade to 1.5 degrees centigrade. So that means more and more ambitious goals need to be taken by the nations nations. And ultimately, if all the nations, whatever, if in India, whatever the activities which happen, either at the voluntary level or at the compliance level, that is also not very much ambitious enough to meet the Paris Agreement goal. As of now, 1 degree centigrade temperature rise we were able to attain during year 2019. During the year 2023-24, it is 1.1 degree centigrade. So before 2030, definitely we would do cross 1.5 degree centigrade temperature goal, as compared to 0 degree centigrade. That means pre-industrial average temperature rise. So to fix this problem, to fix the residual emissions which the nations or the companies are having, this is what we see. The international carbon markets had been established during with the formation of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have 4 different layers of the carbon markets. One is the international compliance carbon market, national compliance carbon market, national voluntary carbon markets, and international voluntary carbon markets. As of now in India, whosoever do generate carbon credits, they do have only one option, is to sell it in the international carbon markets, while the first 3 layers are getting constituted or getting established, if you do consider the India's aspect. So international compliance carbon market, that means the Paris Agreement, PA means Paris Agreement, Article 6.2 carbon market, Article 6.4 carbon market are going to establish in next 6 to 12 months timeline. National compliance carbon market, that means India's CCTS, Carbon Credit Trading Scheme under Energy Conservation Act 22, is going to get constituted within next 6 to 12 months timeline. The first 9 sectors that had been selected by Bureau of Energy Efficiency under Ministry of Power, which is the administrating agency for the implementation of carbon credit trading scheme in India. These are aluminium, alkali industry, cement, fertilizer, iron, steel, pulp and paper, petrochemical, petroleum refinery, and textile. So these are all the 9 sectors which had been selected by Government of India to start this specific activity, and slowly deepening of the sector, these 9 sectors, and addition of new sectors will do happen very soon. Further, Indian government is looking to establish offset mechanism, which is going to be the national voluntary carbon market under the same Energy Conservation Act 22. And this is the last layer which is there, wherein all developing nations, which includes India, do develop the carbon credits for the buyers located in the international voluntary market. So developing nations are the sellers in this market, 4th layer, and developed nations are the buyers. Now slowly, because of ESG pressure, ESG rating, because of sustainable supply chain pressure, because of peer pressure, the national carbon markets are also going to get established for these are all the markets which are driven by the compliance, that is by act, at the national level or the international level. We also have few other examples of having international compliances like CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, wherein if you are manufacturing in India for this specific sector, and if you're looking to export to the European Union borders, you need, and if you are emitting more than the benchmark which European Union had established, if you are emitting more, then you have to buy European Union allowances, and if you are emitting less, then it's well and good. Similarly, the international compliance markets in the form and format of Article 6.2 and 6.4 are happening, and Indian government is one of the few nations which had declared specific 14 sectors, which I will do cover in next few slides. When if you are investing, you are eligible to earn correspondingly adjusted compliance carbon market, which you can sell to the airlines under the CORSIA mechanism, or to the other nation to meet their NDC goals. So this is the overall structure we do have. And as of now, for the Indian companies, only for the sellers specifically, only 4th option is available, while the upward 3 options are going to get established in next 6 to 12 months timeline. So what is carbon credit? These are all the 7 greenhouse gases. If you do any business activity with the help of which either you are avoiding or removing carbon dioxide equivalent, any of the 7 greenhouse gas from the atmosphere, then you are eligible to earn 1 carbon credit, and it is an environmental commodity traded globally and considered to be the biggest commodity sector to grow in this century. People, as of now, the industries do use two words. One is carbon neutrality and net zero goals. So for the residual emissions, to achieve carbon neutrality, you can buy avoidance-based carbon credits or removal-based carbon credits. But to achieve net zero goals, so many companies in India and internationally, they are looking and they had declared that they wish to become net zero company by year 2030, 35, 40, whatever the year that they declared. So for the residual emissions, they do only option to buy the removal-based carbon credits, which are quite costly as compared to the avoidance-based carbon credits. And the markets we already have discussed, voluntary and compliance. In the international compliance, the treaties or the imposed taxes we do face are the Paris Agreement, CBAM, CORSIA, and other different programs. These are all the for the voluntary carbon markets. These are these 170 different types of carbon credits which are available. And these are all the programs which are very much famous for the Indian sellers or for the Indian buyers who are looking to buy the credits to achieve their carbon neutrality or net zero goals. So one is CDM, CDM POA, VCS, Gold Standard, and IREX. So further Article 6.2 or 6.4 agreements are upcoming. So since we do have very less time, so I will do skip few of my slides. But if you do have any question, then kindly do ask at a later point in time. Why carbon markets are required? Because for any nation, they do have only two options: either to offer carbon trading scheme or to either offer carbon taxes. So for India, Indian government had opted to offer this emission trading scheme, which we call it as CCTS, while various nations like Singapore, they had opted to go for carbon taxes. And the mix of buying the credits or taxes is the mechanism which Singapore and South African government had opted for. These are the 4 layers we already have discussed. Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, we already had discussed about the same. Kyoto Protocol is not very much important as of now because it was from year 2005 to 2020. Now we are into the Paris Agreement era. And in India, we do have one committee called as Apex Committee for the Implementation of Paris Agreement, which is responsible to regulate carbon markets in India, either at the voluntary level or at the compliance level. India is already taking actions in the form of RPO, renewable purchase obligation, in the form and format of perform, achieve, and trade. But these two schemes are going to get merged to form a CCTS scheme, carbon credit trading scheme, and voluntary carbon markets, that means the offset mechanism. Also, India is going to implement, already they had started green credit program, wherein as per our Prime Minister's vision to implement lifestyle for environment, we do have vision, that means Ministry of Environment, Policy and Climate Change has a vision to allow investments and trading to the ecosystem services, not only in India but internationally. So tree plantation based green credits are going to get already it's being implemented. Water-based sustainable agriculture, waste, air pollution, mangrove, eco-mark, sustainable building and infrastructure, and more green credits and swapping or swapping of the green credits is the concept on which government is working. So this is the another thing which we see in India. So here, first, second, third, fourth. These are the India. These are all the actions which India is taking. The fifth one is green credit program, and this is the potential or the overall summary. If you see under the Paris Agreement, wherein India is working to reduce its emissions with the help of its NDC, with the formation of domestic carbon markets, with the mobilization of Article 6.2, that means internationally traded mitigation outcomes mechanism, We are implementing various policies. We are creating regulations in the format of the CCTS. While the companies they are doing their GHG accounting, they are implementing the projects to reduce their emissions and using various different markets to achieve their carbon neutrality or net zero goals. These are all the demand drivers for the markets. This is the potential of the voluntary carbon market and the compliance carbon market. Overall, globally, compliance carbon markets are already into the trillion-dollar industry, while the voluntary carbon markets are going to be multi-billion-dollar industry by 2030, as per the BCG, ban, and the McKinsey and all other different companies. Summary. These are all the different options for the sellers who are from India to sell their credits within the voluntary and compliance carbon markets. These are all the 14 different technologies wherein if someone is investing for Article 6.2 or Article 6.4, if someone is investing, then they are eligible to sell their credits to the voluntary buyers, to the Article 6 buyers, or to the CORSIA buyers. That means wherever for the compliance or voluntary carbon markets, we would get the buyer, then we would be able to sell very easily for this 14 different technologies. These are all the supply chain stakeholders which are there in our markets, and further CBAM, CORSIA, future markets which are related to plastic, biodiversity, and adaptation credits are going to get their place very soon. Since the voluntary carbon markets is struggling with the quality of carbon credits and the greenwashing issue. So ICVCM and VCI, these are all the new governing bodies within our industry, while Article 6.2, 6.4 definitely would be governed very easily by upcoming COP29 at Baku, Azerbaijan. So this is the last slide of mine. Carbon credit industry is going to be the biggest commodity sector to grow this century, and it is to save living beings to survive on the planet Earth, because any company, no nation would be able to achieve their carbon neutrality or net zero goal without taking help of carbon credits. These are all the products and services, and at last, these are all the connects of my. Just a minute. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Dabkara, for a quite comprehensive presentation covering the global overview. I would like to invite now our last presenter for this panel, Mr. Neeraj Mohanty, MD Core Carbon X Solutions Private Limited, and he'll be talking mainly about the carbon markets, and the region would be covered is EU.
The top one, yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. And Vaibhav, as you rightly said, I'll not take much of your time because I know it's already late. My specific topic is with respect to the carbon market scenario and then the regulation in the EU. My other colleague already, Manish, has already briefed about the Indian carbon market and the globally the scenario on the carbon market. So I'll not brief much about that one. But as you know, when we talk today, it is basically everybody today talks that there is issues of the climate change. We must need to understand and we must need to address. As Manish told, there is a point where we have been looking into all the opportunity, but whatever we do, we'll not able to mitigate the emissions. So what we need a tool, an instrument, and that is called carbon offset. So this carbon offset, as we progress today, it's mostly we're looking into the organization and institutions. It has not been a regulation as of today in India. It is coming up next year. It is under the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. India is gearing up, and very soon we'll see the regulation that will come up. That for the compliance market and also the options of voluntary carbon market. So when we prepare ourselves, we need to understand how do we manage the portfolio. That portfolio in terms of opportunity, in terms of understanding globally what is happening, and how do we position ourselves. In addition, how do we really mitigate our option and earn out of this opportunity. So considering these cases, as we know, as we progress, everywhere almost for the last when the Kyoto Protocol has started, EU is majorly playing the leading role, and it is driving the carbon market. As we progress 2005, when the Kyoto under the Kyoto Protocol, the whole carbon market was initiated. Although the Kyoto Protocol was signed in 1997, but it took 8 years to gear up and to reach to that stage. Today, when we talk about a carbon market, it's mostly happening on the Paris Agreement, under the Paris Agreement. And when we talk about Paris Agreement, there is also lots of clarity is missing in the carbon market, because simultaneously, because no international carbon market is mechanism is there from 2021 till 2025. So when we see it, there is a number of institutions are working, number of countries are working, but there is a dislink between the institution. But everywhere we see European Union, and European Union is driving it since 2005. There is lots of revision has happened, continuous progression is happening. And what do we see today, that European Union is targeting around to reduce their emission by around 55%. And all the regulation, as Charu has already spoken, Manish has spoken, all the regulation around the EU Green Deal is trying to drive the market in a manner where we can, final target is that how do we mitigate our emissions, and one of the option is that carbon credits. And my focus of the presentations will be the carbon portfolio. So when we look into that one majorly, as we said, European Union emission trading scheme was initiated in 2005. It mostly operates in a cap and trade. Cap and trade mean the government will give you some quota. If you emit more than that one, you have to buy from someone else who is reducing the emissions, and that can be in terms of money. So carbon is being considered as an intangible commodity. So somebody can be a buyer who has a surplus amount, and they can somebody can be seller who have a surplus amount, and buyer need to buy it from the player who has reduced the emissions. So under this EU ETS, it almost cover 40% of the EU total GHG emission from the sector like electricity, heat, industry, aviations, and recently maritime transport has been included. So then what we see today till today, overall, it has almost generated a 175 billion euro revenue. So that means if you can see the kind of revenue is being generated, this one is much more bigger than any other commodity. And the future prediction is that the carbon credit will be the largest commodity in the world. So because as we progress, we need to mitigate the emissions, and carbon credit will be one of the biggest instrument in this journey. So when you look into that one, you now have a fit for 55, fit for 55 basically address that by 2030 you need to reduce the emissions by 55%. And as a part of that one, carbon credit is one of the options. And already other speaker has spoken that India is also launching the domestic carbon market. So here from the EU emission trading scheme, also it has gone through a last almost 19 years with various phase has been passed, great amount of learning and mistakes has been observed, and it has been corrected. So India, when it goes through the phase of CCTS, now India is also trying to see how does EU ETS learning can come in and can support India. So that means many of the sector will come up in the beginning as around under the compliance market, and subsequently many of the sector will come up under the subsequently many of the sector will come up under the compliance market. So but then what we can see also, there is a voluntary market or offset mechanism will be there. Under that one also a market will be driven, and there we can see India can learn out of this process and can get up. Next comes as CBM. Last almost 1 year, everybody is in India is speaking about a CBM. So it is greatly influencing many of the sector. Most of the sector that will be impacted will be cement in India, cement, electricity, fertilizer, iron and steel, aluminum and hydrogen. But the major sector that will be impacted will be the steel as well as the cement. As you know, various review has already stated that India is one of the 8 affected countries because of the CBM. That mean the European Union is already bringing in the carbon border adjustment mechanism that will influence the kind of emissions per ton of cement, per ton of steel has to be there. A domestic action has to be there. If you don't fit into the domestic action, you will have a penalty. So various analysis says that Indian carbon market per ton of steel, the impact will be from 2026 to 2036 will be around $65 to $150 $160 per metric ton that will be the impact. So when you look into that one, this is currently this is on the under the transitional phase. So then 2026 onwards it will be requirement, and many of the industry, mostly the we can say aluminum steel industry in India has already started taking up their engagement and building of their emission inventory. Next comes in the carbon removal and carbon farming certification. Carbon market has its new orientations. Earlier we used to talk about carbon credit mostly on the carbon avoidance productivity, which is wind and solar, but then it has come up to the reductions, then subsequently it is coming up to the carbon removal. So majority of the places there is also terminology is being used greenwashing. So people are have started looking into that one, that you are not truly reducing the emission, but you are just claiming something for the green. If other speaker has already spoken about that one, I'll not brief about that one, but you, even you is also seriously looking into that one. Whatever claim you are making, green deal or climate neutrality, how do you bring in this component? So for that purpose, now you has introduced carbon removal and carbon farming certification, which is mostly focusing on the carbon removal. Like you can capture the carbon from the atmosphere and you can convert it, or you can take it and then underground and store it permanently for few years. The other one is that you can cultivate the biomass or wood, you can take underground and you can store it. You can also enhance your carbon removal by doing sustainable regenerative agriculture. Like Indian government is also launching, India wanted to have 1 crore farmer under the natural farming. So natural farming also will translate into certain amount of carbon sequestration in terms of carbon removal, increasing the soil organic carbon. So those kind of activity will qualify. But then what we see today, European Union is not considering any portfolio from the outside European Union. But in the future, what may happen 2026 onwards, when these regulations will get revised, UETS will look into all the prospects, and there is a potential that some of the cases will possibly fit in. And with the development in the current carbon market under the Paris Agreement, under the Article 6.4 and 6.2, it may happen that future European Union may consider this kind of activity. Then overall, already Charu has spoken about the European Green Deal, but if you can see whole transition in the institutions and among the industry and among the economy is happening because of the EU carbon deal. One of the major driver is Fit for 55, which is targeting 55% reduction in the emissions by 2030. European climate law has come up. There is a lots of focus on biodiversity. Biodiversity credit is coming up. Today, everybody talk about a carbon, but tomorrow it may happen that biodiversity also will be one of the component. And similarly, last COP also there was also a great amount of, now they have introduced biodiversity credit. Very soon also we'll see the biodiversity credits. So farm to fork strategy, industrial strategy, and additional initiative like circular economy action plan, just transition mechanism, sustainable finance initiative, and clean energy transition. These are the major focuses coming up, and industry need to look into that one because EU is driving this regulation. Many of the companies are already have global linkage. They're already exporting to European Union, and because of that component, they'll also get influence. So there is a requirement that we must need to understand the regulation and need to prepare ourselves. So under the international carbon market, already the other speaker has already spoken that the Paris Agreement in the Baku round in Azerbaijan, possibly we see a renew focus will be there on the carbon market. In fact, last year during the COP 28, no country agreed for what will be the framework for the international carbon market under the Paris Agreement. So informally, even the June month, the country has not agreed upon. So informal meeting is happening from September 28 to October first week. A informal round of negotiation will happen for Article 6.4. That is very critical, that how the outcome will be there in the Baku, in the Azerbaijan, in the COP 29. So everybody is seeing to those negotiation. If this negotiation will be successful, this will also drive a carbon market in a bigger way. So that means today EU is not considering any international carbon credit, because earlier era of the carbon credit under the clean development mechanism, it was being driven by the EU. But now under the current framework, EU is not considering it, but you also have a provision that they have started discussing it, that either it can be under the carbon removal certification framework, or as a part of the process, Article 6.4 and Article 6.2 can be part of the EU regulations. So when you look into that one, what is there for India? The one of the aspect is that we must need to understand, and there is a potential. We have a certain sector that has been defined that will be qualified under the international carbon market, but many more sectors will come up and will be approved by the India. So what we can see, we can also have a climate finance. We can have a technology, and that can really help India to grow. The other one aspect is that there is a potential of linking the international carbon market, and we can see globally all the carbon market will be linked, the voluntary and the compliance market. World Bank is also developing a meta registry that will also help in country in addressing the NDC, national, what will be the part of the requirement as a part of the NDC. So this will really benefit in terms of when you look into the European regulations, this will benefit the whole country, and then all the economy, all part of the world. So as a company, we core Carbonics, we have been working for the last 17 years in working on mostly on the sustainability and the climate change issues. One of our core focus is the strategy. So we work on a various aspect of the strategy aspect, but other aspect is the carbon origination. So we extensively work on the carbon origination, focusing on nature-based solution as well as on the carbon removal productivity. And so this is, as of today, we have delivered almost more than 20 million carbon credits, worked on more than 500 plus activities, and impacted more than 1 lakh households and doing various activities. Thank you all, and thank you very much for bearing me.
Thanks, Mr. Neeraj, for again, I would say quite comprehensive, but yet succinct, summary for the carbon schemes from the EU side as well as their implications. Now, I think it's inevitable, but I would like to announce that we are running exactly 1.5 hours late, which is quite a significant time. So we were discussing that we would like to try to cover up for that time, especially to keep up the time for the coming up sessions. So now I would like to request Mr. Shivanand Shetty to come up and chair this session. And we plan to do a detailed panel discussion, but what I suggest is that if you can keep just one key question per panelist, then that would be really great. Yes. Yes. Sure. Please.
Thanks. I know we are terribly late, but I'll just limit it to one question for the panelists, which each of the panelists can answer. So we were talking about ESG as a growth engine. While we as India as a country, we are aspiring to grow at the rate of 7 to 8% and achieve that short-term goal of $5 trillion, 10 plus 50 trillion on a long term. ESG can play a very critical role out here. One of the aspect is India's GDP is impacted by almost 7 to 8%. Even some studies have spoken about how India's GDP is impacted by 10% because of the environmental degradation. And also, India is one of the most vulnerable country from a climate change perspective. There are many sectors which are vulnerable to climate change, and extreme climate events can impact some of these sectors adversely. The Reserve Bank of India had published paper on it, and it has already spoken about it. There is a regulations that is coming in, and we have already seen auto sector this last quarter being impacted because of, and one of the reason was climate change. So environment and climate change can actually play a critical role out here. On the other side, there is of course new industries or new sectors that are opening up. There are $25 trillion economy uh, because of the global focus on decarbonization. There is a $12 trillion economy because of the global focus on SDGs. So my question to the panelists would be, what is that, if you suggest one thing that we should get right as India as a country, to get our ESG regulations right, what is that you think we should be doing? We can probably start with panelists online. Manish, if you want to go first. Manish, Jacqueline.
The AV team, can we put the online speakers onto the screen, Mr. Manish as well as Jacqueline?
Thank you so much, Shivanand. Yeah, in my view, and as I briefly covered in my session, that look, looking at ESG only as a reporting tool is not enough. What you need to look at ESG is imbibing the principles and looking at that as an enabler. It's not enough to look at only the profitability or the strength of the balance sheet or cash flow to evaluate organizations. One has to look at it more holistically. Look at the organizational for enabling resilience in an organization. You have to look at the triple bottom line, which was highlighted by Professor. People, people, profit, and planet all have to kind of be in sync for an organization to be resilient and the economy to succeed. Yeah. So that would be my response.
So can I ask a supplementary question on this? So is the BRSR is the answer for a ESG framework for India, or we need to have another one?
See, BRSR by itself is quite comprehensive, as a start. If you map and BSc, I think BSc or NSC has done that. If you see, it matches with about 80 to 85% with what the global requirements are, GRI indicators, right? So it's a good start. Of course, that's not the end in itself, but it's a good start for where organizations are in their journey of evolution.
Okay, maybe I can go next. It's the second panelist. So, question is whether India is on the right track, or what is that one thing India can do? I feel like frameworks would come and go. BRSR is definitely a very comprehensive framework, getting aligned with international frameworks as well. We should see this as a measurement tool. Sustainability is a journey, it is a never ending journey. But what's important is that we start measuring from somewhere. So organizations need to know what's wrong, where are they in this journey and how they can improve. So BRSR framework helps them to really understand where they are in terms of environmental, social, and governance perspective, and then they can set their long term targets to improve from somewhere, right? So one thing that we can do, really create lots of awareness trainings and capacity building sessions to bring MSMEs, onto the speed. So most of the manufacturing sector where the emissions are coming from are falling into MSME sector, and they are really asking, what is that I need to do, what will happen if I do the reporting? So what is really lacking is we really need to go back to the basics for the MSMEs to explain them why sustainability is required, why you need to measure, and then how you can set up long-term targets. Fortunately, unfortunately, there are no short-term, measurements or short-term I would say measures are there to achieve sustainability, but we can only do it by hand holding, capacity building trainings, and then lot more associations and training centers has to come up to teach them what does it mean to actually change your processes, which are dirty and which are polluting, to long term sustainable processes. That's the only way I see, like really lots of capacity building and training. Yeah.
Yeah, so exactly as everyone else has expressed, I think you have to drive sustainability from your strategy, from your business strategy. If you de-link business from sustainability and drive them separately, it doesn't work. You have to have sustainability in your strategy and drive as you drive your business. As you make policies, other policies, as you do your other operations, as you do everything else, that is how sustainability has to be done. Lot of things will come and go outside, but it has to be an inside inspired company working in that direction.
Thanks, Professor Anju.
From our experience, whatever we see, that the moment the leadership is convinced and they see a value in it in terms of not profitability in isolations, then the journey is smooth and in holistic. So majority of the company, if you see, the biggest challenge is that they always focus about the sustainability. It's not only in India, it's all across the world. They speak about sustainability, but when it comes to the cost, so they don't bring those costs into the table. So that means any work that is happening and you are outsourcing or you are sourcing the material from somewhere else, you always talk about maintaining the records, being compliant to the ESG component. but you are not ready to pay additional cost for that one. And I think so that is the biggest challenges. So that mean we need to really change. We need to redo our own the way we are currently functioning in terms of our economy. Majority of our focus is the fast productions. We should slow down the way we look into the growth. We need to change the definition of the growth. I think so it requires lots of revolutions. The journey has started. People have started at least understanding that one, and that's why we're also here and discussing about it. But it is just beginning and a long way to go.
Thanks, Mr. Neeraj. Jacqueline, I believe you are joining us online now. Would you like to contribute to the panel discussion? I'm not sure if you heard the question from the chair. Okay, you
Yes,
did. Yeah.
I did. I did.
Please.
And yes, and I can only support what I heard. Sustainability is a journey, and we know that the tools that are working today, tomorrow will need to be rethought, and that's part of this journey as well. So we cannot believe that what is today excellent, tomorrow it will be excellent. So this is an iterative process. Sustainability is an iterative process in many countries, and particularly if you are in the developing world. So you need to have tiered thinking, a tiered approach to really go through it. For us, ESG is the first step. Usually, if you also have regulations that match that, is part of the basic journey that we need to endeavor. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jacqueline. Mr. Shitty, if you would like to conclude. Okay, we can wrap up. Yeah, thank you. Thanks everyone. And I think with that, we would like to conclude this session by handing over the certificates for the trees that has been planted on your behalf to the chair as well as to the rest of the panelists. Yeah, if you can join us on this side, yeah, please. All the panelists and speakers. Yes. So I think. As last time, I'll take the opportunity to hand it over the first one to the chair himself, and then request the chair to hand it over to the rest of the panelists. Yeah. Yes, thank you. So that's
thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'll keep it for you.
Yeah, sure.
Or you can keep it.
Yeah, very well.
Yeah. And that's also something small from our side. And I just request Mr. Shivanand to stay back and help me, if you can, to give it to the other panelists. Yeah. So can we have the certificate for Mr. Neerav Patel? Thank you. Yes. Thanks. Thanks. Can we have the certificate for Dr. Charu Jain? I know it's getting late, very late for the lunch time, and we are low in energy, but we'll be done in next 1.5 minutes. Thanks. To Professor Anju Singh. Thank you. And the last one to Mr. Neeraj Mohanty. The panelists and speakers who have joined us online will share the certificate with you later after the conference. I hope that's fine. Yes. Thanks everyone. And just a concluding thing that I believe Dr. Deria, you have joined us in time. I know that we are part of the session 2. So just a piece of information that we are running super late, 1.5 hour late in the overall session, and we are going to have lunch physically here at the conference venue. So if you can join us back again in 1 hour from now, that would be really nice. And
thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, thank you. And we try to keep the lunch also not the full 1 hour in order to save some time. So if we all can be back here in another 45 minutes, that would be really nice. And the same goes for the online audience who has joined us online to attend this session. Thanks everyone. See you in 45
Thank
minutes.
you. Thank you.
Hello, those who are
Hello, hello, yeah. Vaibhav, Vaibhav, let's start.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I'll do it myself. Okay, okay, okay. So do we have all the speakers now? And first two speakers will be, just let me note down. Yeah, just one.
It's
Yeah,
Sylvie,
I'll use this one then. Yeah. Okay.
and then yourself.
And then Sanjeev. Okay. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we all settle down, please? So we are starting the second technical session, which is on regulatory developments and trends and their impact on the Indian industry. So we have 6 speakers in this session, and the first speaker will be Sylvie Poret. She is the principal administrator on OECD, and she is going to speak to us on the OECD's initiatives for sustainable development and how they assist countries on compliances on the sustainability framework and other technical regulations. So, Sylvia, are we with us? Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very, very well. So I think,
Okay.
Sylvia, we can start your presentation. So can we please have the presentation on the screen, please? Thank you.
Yes, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sylvie Pore from the Environment, Health and Safety Division of the OECD. Next slide, please. And thank you very much for having me with you today. And my presentation will have 3 parts. I will present the activities on chemicals, safety and sound management at the OECD. Speak about the OECD standards and best practices and the countries that we work with, and then we will see what are the relationship between India and OECD and how maybe they could be enhanced. Next, please. Next. So, for those who are not familiar with OECD, it is an intergovernmental organization, a bit like UNEP or FAO, but we are not part of the UN family. And OECD means Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So, as an intergovernmental organization, we work mainly with governments, but we involve industry that has very often a very good expertise about the topics we deal with, especially on chemicals that are rather technical. So you see on this slide that OECD is known probably mainly for its reports on economic forecast and many other topics. But I would like to focus on the third one, which is set standards and provide policy support. Because what we want to do with our standards, and you'll see that there are quite a number of on the management of chemicals, we want these standards to level the global playing field and get an harmonization of practices all over the world. And we want these standards to create as a consequence to create efficiency savings for government, but for industry as well. And so next, please. As regards the chemical standards, there are quite a number of them, 20 in total. And these standards are indeed legal instruments. And some of these legal instruments are legally binding for those countries that adhere to them. And in this case, we call them, in the OECD jargon, decisions. And some are not legally binding, but we consider that when countries adhere to these non-legally ones that we call recommendations, we consider that they represent a political commitment to the principles they contain, and that they entail an expectation that adherents will do their best to implement them. Next, please. I don't see exactly. I think I don't see, because I'm on my smartphone, I don't see I think what you have on the screen is the long version of the presentation I had prepared first, but together with the chair, we decided that I would do a short version. So I'm afraid the version which is on the screen is not the short version. But
Okay, so shall we
if
skip
you
the
would,
slide then? Yeah. Shall we skip the slide then?
yes, indeed, I had a bit reorganized, but let's continue. Uh, yes, indeed, I was speaking of that. Next,
Okay,
please.
okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Next.
Is this all right?
Yes, so this one.
Yeah.
This one is about the standards that we have on chemicals. And I hope you can see it on the screen, but at least you will have the presentation. We deal with topics like prevention of chemical accidents and prevention of accidental pollution and the polluter pays principle. We have also standards that are of interest to industry people because they require involvement of industry on pollutant release and transfer registers that we encourage countries to establish, and to which industry has to provide data. And we also have some acts dealing with more the side of agriculture, and especially we have one on illegal trade of agricultural pesticides. We have also a few legal instruments on specific chemicals, on lead, on mercury, on PCBs. And so you have the list here. The most recent ones, or revised one recently, are on the top, and the oldest one are also on. Next slide, please. And especially there are other kinds of other standards that are very useful and of interest to industry. There are those dealing with confidential data and with the protection of proprietary rights. So through these standards, we define what we consider non-confidential data and what we consider as confidential data, as CBI, confidential business information. And we encourage governments to have rules for the exchange of confidential data that are necessary for the evaluation of chemicals, but should be kept confidential because of business information. We have also legal instruments on the protection of proprietary rights, because We know that establishing this data for evaluating chemicals is a cost very important for industry. So it's important that not free player come and use this data, and that's why we have also guidelines for governments to protect these property rights. So many of these council acts have been revised, were revised in the last 5-6 years. And at the moment, we are revising those with a star that deal with investigation and evaluation of chemicals. We want to modernize these acts and so that countries establish domestic programs to investigate chemicals that will be marketed, and these ones are legally binding, and they should implement governments should implement a systematic framework for evaluation of both new chemicals but also existing ones, because we know there are many chemicals on the market that were never evaluated and put on the market. So it's important that the governments ensure that sufficient information is available to assess potential effects on the human health and the environment of chemicals on the market. So this gives you an idea of what we touch upon in our standards. And of course, we encourage governments that are not, of countries that are not member of OECD, to adhere to these legal instruments. Next, please. Next, please.
Okay, Sylvie, they have got the shorter version. If you can just hold for a moment, so they'll
Okay,
put the other
good.
presentation. Thank you. Is it okay? Is it okay? Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Sylvie, is it?
yes, thank you very much. Slide 8,
Okay.
yes, that's right.
Thanks.
Yes, so as I mentioned before, we work mainly with governments, and we can support governments with policy reform and implementation based on the OECD standards and all best practice and guidance that we develop, because the OECD standards are the most interesting part for governments, but we also have plenty of best practices of guidance that can be useful also to industry. And we can support governments with policy development or law drafting, for example, and also with policy implementation, with compliance and enforcement topics, for example, with also training inspectors. Next slide. And as I mentioned, we develop training material and we have capacity building events where we encourage also industry to participate in. The objective of all this is to enhance the governance and regulatory framework for chemicals management in countries while fostering effective coordination among all relevant stakeholders. As I mentioned, at OECD, we involve industry and we always encourage other governments to do the same. Because in the field of sound management of chemicals, the role of industry is really central because they are the providers of data in general. So next slide, please. Then what I would like also to mention is that the OECD contributes to the implementation of the Global Forum on Chemicals. I have mentioned on this slide, I will not read it, the main targets that we help to implement. And again, we do that by developing and disseminating standards, tools, and best practices, and by supporting individual countries in their chemical policy reform. Next, please. Next. So what I would like to mention is that OECD standards and best practices are becoming benchmarks for more and more countries. And you can see that these standards have been adopted by recent new OECD countries. And we have countries that are candidate to become members. So it means that soon there will be 60 new countries that will adhere to all our standards on chemicals. And in the region of Asia, Indonesia and Thailand are working with us to close the gaps between their legislation and the OECD standards in order to become members. So we are quite happy to see that many countries think that we do good work, that and that they want to follow these standards that are developed based on science and on the experience of our members and adherents. So they really are the result of consensus and discussions and evaluations done to develop the best possible standards. Sorry for my voice. So next, please. And also, I wanted to show this slide just to mention that although we have only 38 member countries, we work and support and exchange experience with many other ones. This slide shows our capacity building in the recent years. Next, please. So, what about India in its relationship with OECD? First, without the present relationship, at general level, India is considered as a key partner for OECD and has adhered to 14 of our Council acts. We have at the OECD level, we have about 250 legal acts, and the government of India has adhered to 14 of them. And indeed, on chemicals, India has adhered to 2 Council acts that on the mutual acceptance of data. And we are happy to see that there is strong collaboration of India with our member countries on good laboratory practices, exchange of data that are developed using the OECD GLP principles and test guidelines. And the Indian government is invited to participate in all OECD chemicals activities and meetings. Next, please. So, but the relationship between OECD and India can be enhanced still. At general level, of course, the Indian government may wish someday to establish a more formal cooperation agreement with OECD, but it's not what we are going to discuss here. And on chemicals, well, the Indian government could decide to participate in activities it is invited to, and exchange experiences with OECD countries, because we at OECD we give a lot of importance on exchanging experiences. And in the convention of the OECD, when the OECD was established in the 1960s, really we want to work for not only for our members but for the global prosperity. And the Indian government could also become an adherent to other council acts that the two that they adhere to for the moment. With the development of the new Indian chemicals law, India might be able in the future to adhere to or to some of our standards on chemicals, and this would then make available an enhanced collaboration with the member countries in this field, like they do it now on the good laboratory practices. And India could contribute to develop the OECD tools that we do for sound management of chemicals, and these tools often allow savings for industry and the government alike on chemical evaluations, because the core of our work is to have chemicals evaluated as rapidly and efficiently and based on science as possible, and also to replace the more hazardous chemicals by less hazardous ones. So all this work is very costly for industry to provide data, for governments to assess the data, and therefore the role of OECD is really to put all the forces together so that the environment and the human health are protected as much as possible, while still using chemicals, because we all know that chemicals are everywhere and that they are useful, but they need to be carefully assessed and used in a sound way to avoid damage to the environment and human health. And finally, to finish, the Indian Industry Associations could also attend the OECD meetings on chemicals, because at our meetings we have the BIAC organization. BIAC means Business at OECD. It's an association of industry representatives globally, and they attend our meeting, they participate in our activities as experts, and their input is really important for us, as I mentioned. So maybe another thought for you as an industry association to be more involved in the future into the OECD activities on chemicals. So I think this there is a last slide only with more information, links, and my specific details. And it's all for me, and I look forward to further discussion during the panel discussion. Thank you very much, and sorry for my voice.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvie. That was quite informative, Sylvie, to learn about OECD and the work that you are doing in relation to the to regulatory instruments, particularly for chemicals. And we're really glad to see that India is already participating in at least two of the council acts. GLP has been a major success program in India, and it's going on. And of course, mutual acceptance of data is very much on the board. But we would certainly like to participate, even as the industry body RRMA, into the BIAC framework, and we will come back to you on that. Thank you very much
Okay.
for that presentation. Yeah, thank you. But be online, please. So there could be questions at the end of this session.
Yeah.
So I'd now like to invite Dr. Vaibhav Diwan, General Manager Growth of GPC Group, who will talk to us about the global overview of regulations similar to REACH. Yeah, thanks. Yes.
Hello, I believe it's working now. Perfect. Yes. Thanks, Mr. Cole. And I believe it's a session after the lunch break. So we'll try to make it as interesting as possible and as engaging as possible. And thanks to my previous presenter, Sylvie from OECD, as we have heard from UNEP, in the previous session. Similar to that, OECD is also trying a lot of efforts and programs into global harmonization and aiding the different efforts, which helps the implementation of the regulation as well as aid the industry to have right means to take these implementation efforts forward. During my presentation, I'll be talking about global overview of REACH-like regulations. Here forward in this session, we'll be having about the REACH-like regulations and chemical regulations particularly, and then we'll be narrowing it down further down during the session towards more India-specific regulations, so on and so forth. So, is this working? Okay, so I represent GPC Group as a General Manager Growth, and I'll not go into too much details, but one of the most important factors on this slide is that the experience that we are talking up with, as well as the insights that we'll be sharing, it comes from the past 15 years of experience from helping around 1700 odd companies across the globe, around 38 different countries, to comply with different regulatory processes. And all these insights that I'll be sharing, they will be much more actionable in nature and what's coming up in future in terms of the next updates from the respective regulations across the globe. These are the regions as well as countries I'll try to cover. It's a challenging task to cover in 10 to 12 minutes, but I'll try to do that. Just keep pace with me. So I'll start with EU REACH. What is the status today? As of today, we have in EU REACH approximately 23,000 substances that are registered. Registrations are completed. However, late registrations for new entries is still ongoing. This is something which is well understood by a regulatory community in general. But the most important process that is ongoing right now, 4,000 plus chemical substances have been evaluated, and the process is ongoing The overall number of substances are 23,000. So a big debate right now is about how to improve this evaluation process in order to achieve the larger objectives of the EU REACH regulations. Then comes the authorization process for hazardous chemicals, which is in process right now. In addition to that, we have seen that EU REACH revision is there. I'll not go in too much detail, but here are the listed revisions. Some of them directly implicate the industry. Some of them would have more long-term effects. And the REACH revision right now is not in place, but the latest published information that we have is on 17th of October 2023. And that information doesn't include the update of the REACH revision. So something which we are expecting here forward. In addition to that, one of the biggest topics right now is PFAS restriction proposal. So that has been proposed last year in January. What is PFAS? There are approximately 10,000 plus substances which are highly very persistent in the environment, categorized as PFAS. And during the previous consultation period, we have received around 5,600 comments that are being evaluated right now. Now, all these sectors that are mentioned here just above the proposed timeline, these are the sectors which will be implicated or across which all these 10,000 chemicals categorized under PFAS are distributed. So if your sector falls under one of these categories, this is something which is highly concerning in coming years. Proposed timeline is the committee meetings has happened in 2024, and in 2025 we are expecting a decision out of that, and possibly in 2026 and 2027 the effectiveness of this restriction proposal will take place, but these are the tentative timelines as of now. That was a very quick overview, the shortest ever quickest overview of EU REACH I would say I can give. When it comes to UK, we all know that it's an identical version of EU REACH. The transition period has nearly completed, and then there are two existing scenarios which are applicable as of now under EU REACH, which you need to consider while complying with it. One is new registration of existing substance, NRES, and registered substances within EU REACH before 31st of December 2020 and not imported into the GB market falls under this category. The second category is full registration under EU REACH, which doesn't follow the category or scenario number one. What is new is there is a newer transitional provision, ATRM, alternative transitional registration model, and the consultation for this has already happened. And the aim of this model is to reduce cost for companies transitioning from EU REACH to UK REACH. Below that, you see a table. There are old deadlines on your left and then the updated deadlines on your right. As per the tonnage band, the higher to the lower, you have the deadlines from 2026 to 2030 onwards. When it comes to Latin America, again, this is the shortest ever, I would say, summary of the Latin American regulations covering Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and Peru. There are inventories in place, and these are the respective, types of substances which are being covered in those inventory. Then we have the quantities. Most of the time it is 1 ton plus quantities. And in case of Colombia, it's 100 kg per year plus onwards. The key deadlines are marked in bold, wherein we have the Brazilian chemical regulation. It's soon to be coming, possibly in the Q4 2024. And this will be the biggest update from Latin America, because considering the size of the economy of the country in Latin American market, it would have the largest impact. And this would be a very close version or a close adaptation of REACH in Brazil. Then comes Colombia. Next year in May, we are going to see the deadline for the notification there. And for Chile, the deadline has already passed this year in August, and the further processing is being followed. In Peru, right now, the regulation is in draft stage, and until October, the consultation period is ongoing for the comments on the draft. For all these four countries, either there is GHS version 6, 7, or 8, depending upon dangerous goods in case of Chile, which is being followed for classification and labeling. When it comes to Ukraine, I think, again, this is one of the hottest topics as of now. So in the process of, subsuming within EU, Ukraine has again adopted EU REACH, and the first deadline for that is going to be on 23rd of January 2025. And these would be the deadlines for the regulation to come into force. And after that, in the table, you can see from 2026 onwards till 2030, there will be a registration period depending upon the tonnage band. And the classification and hazard classification and labeling, that would be followed by GHS version 7. In this case also, most of the procedures would be highly identical to EU REACH, but especially the submissions will not be in English, but it would be in Ukrainian language, local language. So that would be requiring a heavy translation work in case you have already done EU REACH registrations. US and Canada, in both these places, we know that the existing regulations are quite strong. They exist. There are inventories that exist depending upon presence and absence of your substances in an inventory. You would decide the course of action. But what is the latest update from these two places? Both the updates are related to GHS, different versions, and the deadlines related to it. So for USA, from 19 January 2026 onwards, for substances, and for mixtures from July 2027 onwards, GHS 7 will be applicable. So that needs to be adapted. And the same goes for Canada from after the transition period, 3-year transition period of the adaptation of GHS version 7, as well as 8, that ends in December 15th, 2025. And thereafter, these versions will be applicable in Canada. In India, so in India, we have a lot of existing rules. Some of them are listed on top, the 3 bullet points: manufacturing, storage, and import of hazardous chemicals, manufacturing, handling, and transport of hazardous waste, and chemicals accident prevention. In addition to that, we have rules as well. So the first rules are something which our chair will be talking about later on during this session, BIS. And under the chemicals mandatory scheme, there are 63 odd chemicals which are mandatory to comply with this regulation, with these rules. But other than that, there are voluntary standards, and pretty much large amount of chemicals that are being placed in the market are not controlled by this act as of now. In addition to that, there has been a lot of talk about Indian's chemicals management and safety rules. The latest draft of these rules that we have seen has been in fifth draft in 2020. After that, COVID hit, and a lot of updates has not been happening. But one major update that has happened, which is not directly correlated right now with ICMSR, but it has somehow some correlation, is of the Chem India portal. This is something which has been launched by Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. It falls under the legal understanding of it has the legal basis of the Statistics Act of 2008, and it mandates the submission of chemical and petrochemical data via this portal, uh, uh, as notified on 27th of February 2024 onwards. Now, the purpose is there, everything is there, but at the same time, the similarity, despite not being under ICMSR, is that it will end up with the inventorization process if all the manufactured products being placed into the Indian market are notified under this inventory. Right now, there is no provision under Chem India portal for the foreign manufacturers, but that would be the logical next step going forward. Although this requires a much more comprehensive data compared to a normal inventorization process or notification process in a REACH-like regulation, but this is the latest update that we have right now. New Zealand and Australia, similar to the US and Canada, the major update here is related to the GHS version 7. It is allowed for 5-year transitional period, which ends in New Zealand on 30th of April 2025. And in Australia, there is no major change as of now. If you have a chemical that you need to place into the market, you would need to define the introduction category. And once the introduction category is defined, based on the type of the introduction category, you would follow the regulatory procedure. Then comes the GCC countries. We're talking about REACH and REACH-like regulations. A lot of countries are coming up with newer versions of, or more adapted versions of REACH. And within GCC, we have seen that, there is a draft version, draft notification that has been done. Second draft is also done in May 2024. This WTO notification is usually the first step of, notifying the regulation. Depending upon the category and the type, the transition period or the notification period can vary from 60 days to 6 months or even longer. In this updated draft, the new provisions on SDS and new definitions have been updated and added regarding the different category of introductions. And stakeholders are invited to submit their comments. This deadline has also passed, but there is no update right now. But what is important to understand is that if the regulation is in a draft stage and that has been notified to WTO, this is the farthest it gets after just before the implementation cycle. So I think GCC is going to come up with a regulation very soon. Then comes China and Taiwan. here I think we have an understanding that both these regulations, they are in place for quite some time now, and they have inventories in place as well. In China, other than the notification for the raw materials for cosmetics, there is no major requirement as of now or a change right now. If the chemical is not placed into the market, it's new in the market, it's being not part of the existing inventory, then you would have to follow the registration guidelines as per the newly introduced chemical into the market under MME order number 12. But in Taiwan, we'll see in the next slide, one of the most important deadlines is the last one onto the whole timeline. Rest everything is quite comprehensive, that is specific to different categories, different sectors, so on and so forth. But under the chemicals regulation, the Taiwan's formal registration has to be done by this time, 31st of December, which is end of this year, in 3 months time, for those which has obtained a phase 1 registration number in the past. So in terms of your chemicals, if you're placing into the market in Taiwan and they have got a phase 1 registration, that this line would be applicable to you. I think it was quite a rundown, because I ran through all those slides with quite some most important pieces of information. But here onwards, I have a couple of slides which are really important from the perspective of not just summarizing, but also from the perspective of having a second thought about where are we heading with all these regulations. So on this slide, you will see a quite good summary. If you feel like taking a screenshot, or we can share the information later on as well. This summarizes all the chemical regulations that are in draft stage, that are in process, as well as implemented. In addition to that, it has the inventory status of all these regulations, especially where the regulation is not in place right now or is in draft stage. Important is to note if the inventory already exists, that means there is a progress. And then the third most important thing about classification and labeling, the GHS versions which are applicable in all these countries. This is my last slide, and this comes from OECD itself. And what you see on this slide is the status of the chemical legislations across the globe. The green marked dots are the countries which has some kind of comprehensive chemical regulation which regulates many chemicals in that country. The yellow marked ones are the ones which has a regulation draft in place. That means, in short, in next 2 to 3 years time, they'll be coming up with a much comprehensive reach like regulation or a comprehensive chemical regulation in those countries. And then there are other countries which are unknown and no development, so on and so forth. What is the takeaway from this slide? One takeaway can be simple, that yeah, more and more countries are coming up with the regulations, so we are following that trail. But on the other hand, especially to the corporates present here and the regulatory managers present here, I would like to make a suggestion, that when we try to follow up with the regulations, we are trying to do our job to get compliant, right? Compliance is one of the steps which we have heard also in the keynote earlier during the day. But change of strategies in short term while being compliant, or change of markets, can be a process, right? It's fine to do it in short term, but what's the long term strategy? Long term strategy is to consider this map not as a compliance challenge. Rather than as a compliance challenge, you should consider this as a compliance opportunity, and go forward with that approach in order to convert your compliance strategy as a asset for your organization. Because in long term, if we go hand in hand with all these regulations, the market will be much bigger and larger for the corporations which are into imports and exports of chemicals across the globe. And then you will be a much more future proof organization, I would say, if we take it that approach. And by that, I would like to thank you, and I hope I met the timeline.
Thank you, Vaibhav. I think this is a series of presentations that is most informative to this audience in relation to the inventory-based and registration or declaration-based regulations, of which, of course, EU REACH everybody knows, but then so many developments are happening all over the world. So to that extent, it was very, very useful, very extremely informative for everyone. Vaibhav will be available for any subsequent queries today and as well as later. So we will have two more presentations, similar presentations in this session, because Vaibhav did take us through a world tour on this slide, except two economies, two geographies. One of them is South Korea. So I think we'll invite Dr. Jayachandran Nair, CEO GPC India, who will talk to us about the K-REACH, which is one of the most developed and in practice regulation today, other than EU REACH.
A warm good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible? Thank you so much. External headgears, difficult to wear. Yeah, so we had a good walkthrough through the entire series of presentations. I mean, the regulations from Dr. Vaibhav Diwan. And until my slides have been put there, I will talk about only one country, which is most important as far as the current deadline is concerned. That's South Korea. Any exporters to South Korea from this physical audience, and if anybody from the virtual audience, those are online. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much. So, sir, some good takeaways for all of you. And those who are not exporting, but future you would be planning to export, because each one of us want to grow, isn't it? Yeah. So if the management is planning some exports to Korean market, just look at the tonnage bands. There are a couple of informations which I can share. Is the slides coming up, or I need to go without those? Yeah. But 10 minutes is too less a time, believe me. So basically, I mean, let me go without the slides. In Korea, we heard Rupak Saras speaking in the morning that, because some needs at times, certain regulations come into force. Something similar happened with Korea as well. Of course, the European reach was there, but then they had an humidifier disinfectant used, which was supposed to be 99.9% safe, was supposed to be used for kids. And when they used that in 2011, if I'm not mistaken, there was a huge issue and a lot of kids died. Thereafter, in 2012, I think there was an accident because of the hydrofluoric acid. So these two incidents made them to wake up, and they started to implement the South Korean REACH regulation, which they tried to follow similar to the Korea REACH, I mean the European REACH. But they made some changes out there to simplify from the lessons that we learned from the previous regulations. They tried to step down into three categories. They identified the priority existing chemicals under the PECs. There were a list of 470 P substances, if I'm not mistaken, and there was a deadline for that, 2018. And all those who are exporting any substance which are PEC, the deadline is over. Indicates if anybody is already exporting to Korea, just look at the substance category. If it is a priority existing chemicals, you cannot export without registering it upfront. And for those who are planning for it, please look into the inventory first. There's inventory list available. You can check for yourself, else we can help you out. The second category is the one which is on the volumes. I mean, if you're exporting more than 1,000 tons per annum to South Korea, then the deadline is already over. But then it doesn't mean you have to stop your exports. Okay, I mean, you can register first and then carry out with your exports. And the next comes is those who are having exporting less than that volume. But the important point here is the threshold that triggers the compliance towards Korea is 1 ton per annum. So any exports more than 1 ton per annum will invite the Korean REACH compliance.
I think they are having some technical issues.
No issues. I'm more comfortable with this because once this comes, I become a bit handicapped.
The audience can't see your slides.
Yeah.
But they're fixing it.
But here too, they can't see the slides, right?
Yeah, but at least you can refer to them.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we spoke about the two categories, that the priority existing chemicals, and we spoke about the tonnage bands. The one thing which I did not speak about is whether your substance is in the category of an existing substance or a new chemical substance. So if your substance happens to be a new chemical substance, for that matter, indicates it's not in the inventory list of the South Korean authorities, then you need to first register it, then carry out exports to South Korea. So two things for a takeaway: if it's a P substances, no grace period, register and then export. If it's a new chemical substance, register and then export. However, if the tonnage band is between 10 to 100 to 1,000 tons per annum as of now, that's the key for the entire session for all of you to take away, especially the 11-12 hands I saw going up initial 5 minutes back. If your export volume is in the range of 100 to 1,000, the deadline is 31st December 2024. So how many of you have the volumes in that band here, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 hands going up from the 12. So the 5 can relax for now, but it also indicates you can still pull up your socks and start planning for the registration. It will be advisable to still do a registration in the same timeline, because as such the lead register would be doing the cost calculations. So they'll be in a position to share the cost with you as well. Now here the important thing is that don't waste time, please. Okay, don't say that I'm just waiting for the LR or there's no lead registration for the substance already. If you're talking to the representative, because that's the way you can do your registration out in Korea, in case you don't have entity out there physically present to support you with the compliances, appoint a only representative and ask them to do the needful without undue delay. If there's no lead registrant, the position, please don't be scared. I mean, I don't, many of you are scared to take the lead position. There's nothing to worry on it. India also has good number of GLP labs. You can generate those data at a much lesser price, and then you also have your data ownership with you. Please take the lead position in case there's no LR already available. If there is LR available, get the LA cost and get your substance registered without delay. But then you may say only 3 months left now. There are a lot of questions being asked by the management. In case they take a call maybe another 15 days, or they take a call maybe in another 2 months, what can we do? Your OR should be in a position to support you to do the submission in time. And if you do that by say 31st December 2024, you will be receiving a notification of submission. That itself is good enough for you to continue business. So your business won't be affected, because the Korean authorities by themselves was informed they'll be having a lot of works to handle, and this may be a possibility that they will not be in a position to review all the documents and give you the registration number for that matter. So knowing this, we should know what the tonnage bands. Of course, the lowest band is 1 to 10 tons, long time to go for registration. And as the band is less, the number of data required for submission is less. So more the tonnage band, more the data is required. That's all about South Korea. Any questions? We are here to help you out and take those questions maybe during the Q&A sessions. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for this. Oh, now it is coming up. But I didn't miss anything, believe me. I did not miss any points. You can cross check. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned everything out. Yes, about the reporting aspect, probably because it's not applicable to all of you, because none of you exports less than 1 ton. And there is, and again, it's new substance. That portion I maybe missed out. Yes, one important thing I missed out: polymers. For polymers, unlike in Europe, where you have to raise the monomers, in Korea, you can try to also get the polymers registered, but there as well, there is an option of exemption. So all polymers need not to be registered. But yes, you need to provide all necessary information to prove that the substance is a polymer and it falls in the category of the so-called exemption criteria. That's a quite difficult task, but many companies in India we have seen who are into polymer manufacturing and exporting to Korea had done this for sure. I'm on the last slide, seeing the second slide. No worries. So nothing more left out from my side. Any questions I'm ready to take at the end of the session as per the chair begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. Sorry for that disturbance, but I think you covered the substance of the presentation very well. And I'm sure everybody who's interested will be getting in touch with you, especially on the Korea range. So the next presentation is on another geography. So I have online Dr. Deria Etchikan. Can you hear us, Dr. Etchikan?
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you.
So Dr. Etchikan is the Secretary
The
General.
presentation was over there, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be shown on screen. So he's the Secretary General of TKSD, which is a certification body, I guess.
This
And
is the Turkish
TFDD.
Chemical Manufacturing Association, the Turkish Chemical
Yeah.
Manufacturing Association. I will just present it here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chichikan. Yeah, thank you. Which this presentation is going to be on the screen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your invitation, kind invitation from the RMCA, and then the Sylvie and the other colleagues presented a lot of things about the regulation. My sales and marketing director always says since 2006, one day the regulation will stop making us to export or production, you see. So global regulations, the chemical regulations are all over the world. We have 34 new regulation coming from the green transition from the European Green Deal. And then since 2019, let's say November, there are lots of regulation coming into force, and we are just, let's say, suffering as chemists or environmental engineers. I'm chemical engineer and also environmental engineer, working on the industry for almost 40 years, 6 years as academician and 34 years around, as industry professional. So thank you for your invitation once more. Can we come to this presentation again? Is it possible that you share the presentation?
Can you see it? It's on the screen.
I cannot see it. I don't know why, but there's something wrong. Active cameras, and I think he's talking.
Okay, just a moment.
In any case, we can just continue. I think I have the presentation with me also. I think I will just share it. It was on the screen. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Just since we are talking about all global regulations, our colleagues presented the OECD status, and then also the South Korean reach, from Colombia to Peru to Ukraine to European reach, UK reach, new transition model. All these things we are following very closely. And since 2002, I was the only one from the Turkey who is just attending to the meetings together with the older Secretary General Mustafa Ban on the European reach in Brussels. In 2006, we converted or make a transition from the technical committees to consortiums. It was very easy in Europe because everybody were known each other, and there was a long time technical committees under CEFIC, European Chemical Council, that I am working since 2002 under 6 subcommittees, and the Turkish Chemical Manufacturing Association is a direct member of the CEFIC, and we are working in collaboration with them. Thank you to them. They were present in Turkey last year with 53 high staff from ministries and from the industry, also the government, and then the Turkish Investment Office also was present over there, Minister of Trade and Minister of Environment. So we made a sort of status of the industry, and we say that ECA was over there, British Chemical Association was over there, and then we decided that it will be better to make a tonnage band deadlines. Before that, in 2017, there was not possible to impose this tonnage band. But then in 2020 and then in 2023, December 23, there was an amendment in the official gazette that there will be a sort of postponement of the current regulation. Can you can see, the UA reach is just tonnage band and the status of the deadlines. And can you go to next slide, please? So this is the Korean reach. You know it. There was some extensions again, but there's a different model. It's a sort of hybrid model that South Korea has got some laboratories, GIP laboratories, and they were just sometime getting the letter of access from the European consortium, or sometimes they do their job. Next slide, please. So the UK REACH, as you know, there was the first status, which is similar to European REACH. Then next slide, please. Then there was new deadlines, and 2030, 2023, 2026, October. And then now there's a transition model. Can you go to next slide, please? So for Turkish status, it was 2024. As you know, the beginning of 2024 was the end of the 2023 was the deadline. But then we make this change, this postponement modification of the regulation. Then can you go to next slide, please? So there was lots of meetings with NGOs. Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change proposed tonnage ban-based transition period. And then 13th of November proposed UK REACH model. And December 2023, it was 23rd of December, this change of legislations published on the official gazette. Can you go to next one, please? So in the current status for the last year, in 8th of January 2024, there was a meeting with the ministry, within the NGOs, almost 50 different sector experts, and with the ministries. There was an integrated chemical management project, is completed by 8th of 2024 August, sorry. But this was supported by UNDP and academicians from different universities and the NGOs, regulatory experts. I was on the meetings, there was 12 different meetings. I was present on the 6 different meetings, and this was the TOBB, which is the Turkish Chamber of Commerce and Stock Exchange, and they were making a sort of coordination on this new, let's say, academician work. And then there was almost 500 pages report to the ministry. Ministry just evaluated. Then with the coordination of TOBB, we formed a new, let's say, almost 35 people, a working group from the sector groups of the TOBB, from the aluminium, cement, iron and steel, chemicals, composites, caoutchouc, rubber, and cosmetics, paint, all these associations and the main members of the chemical industry, including the multinational companies. We made a meeting on 18th of September in Ankara with 55 people over there, with Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Trade, and also Chamber of Commerce and the Turkish Chemical Manufacturing Association and all related experts. And the principles and procedures are now in a draft form, so we will just work on it to make a sort of final version of the principles and procedures. As soon as the principles and procedures will be presented and declared and published by the official gazette, I assume that it will be by the end of the year. Then in 2025, we will just be a crucial year for us. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. Just some figures from my idea. In Turkey, the Turkish Chemical Manufacturing Association now is going to 40 years. It started by 86 and now it's 38 years. And we have 22,000 companies on the chemical industry and related industries, subsectors, and only 228, only 1% is big companies. 74% are micro companies and 25% are SMEs. So this is Turkish sort of Turkish chemical industry umbrella, our association, and we are expecting something like 15,000 to 27,000 registrations for Turkish Kikidik or Turkish REACH. Only 660 to 1,000 substances are not registered in European REACH, you see. So we don't have, unfortunately, GLP laboratories. We have only 13, but they are very compliant with, let's say, vaccines or drugs, but they are not very experienced on the chemical industry. We know that India has got a very good background and infrastructure on the chemical, let's say, GLP laboratories. And then we are just trying to make a sort of new, let's say, applications, because there are lots of registrations up to now, but the ministry, the IT system is closed now. As soon as the principles and procedures will be published in the official gazette, they will open the registrations once more. But what we are doing now at the moment, we are just trying to make a monthly meeting of the working groups, and the Turkish Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change tried to assemble a sort of what we call the academic, from the academicians, what we call the scientific committee, and also a sort of advisory committee. Then we will just work maybe weekly basis. We are always visiting Ankara to Ministry of Environment and also Ministry of Trade, because we are on the Customs Union updating status. We are just revising the Customs Union, and then also we have to make the compliant with the European REACH. So we have a very hard work to go on the next months to be compliant with the European REACH, and then Turkish REACH should be 26 December is almost tomorrow. So we have to be very quick to make these registrations compliant with the Ministry of Environment. But I will just update all these things as soon as we get some information from the Ministry of Environment. But the principles and procedure is the first step now. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Etchikan, for that comprehensive presentation on the Turkish reach. And something which is very good to note is the active participation of the chemical industry and the association in drafting the
Yeah.
rules and procedures of the scheme, instead of depending only on the government organizations or experts. So this is a very good operation, I think, happening between the industry and the government in framing the regulations. And I think that is the reason why you've been able to get things
Yeah.
on the table so quickly. So thank you for that presentation, and please be online. So at the end of the session, we may have certain questions for you. Thank you. So the speaker will be Dr. Mangesh Barbate, who will be speaking to us on Southeast Asian regulations, on regulations similar to REACH. Mangesh, just be brief. Yep.
Am I audible? Yeah. So, good evening. I am Mangesh from GPC Global India. So, there was a movie that is called Around the World in 80 Days. Now, I guess in these 60 minutes, we cover around the world, global regulatory around the world within a 60 minutes. So, just we are landing on the Asian countries, that is Asian country, ASEAN. Today I cover the 6 countries. Maybe next, please. Yeah, so today we cover Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and finally we can land on Singapore. So why this ACA chemical market is booming right now? You know, as per trade map 2024, almost 386 billion USD market has been captured by this ACA chemical market, and it surprisingly gradually increasing by 2.33% yearly. but maybe in 2025 it has been estimated around maybe more than 5% increased. And more than 3 free trade agreement across the region already signed by this community. So quickly move on to Thailand, which is very well known country. The regulation called as Hazard Substance Act B 2535. The scope already cover most of the sectors, that is chemical sectors, public health, and some of the chemicals are also covered by the Defense Ministry. So the key authorities are DIW, that is Department of Industrial Works, and Thailand Food Drug Administration, that is FDA. And recently, again, it's in draft stage, but right now, if you want to comply with this particular regulation, you have to follow the GHS version 3. But maybe in next 6 months, it has to be updated in GHS 7. So these are some impact on the industry, like you have to first notify your substances, you have to first check the chemicals are already covered in the notification list or not. If not, then the registration process has been started, which is very convenient in DIW compared to the FDA. Moving to the next, Vietnam. It's a very new regulatory body comes across in Vietnam, that is called Law of Chemicals number 06 2007 QH12. Again, there are two ministry govern these chemical regulations, and GHS revision number 4 has been included in 2012. But as you know, in 2030, it has been again revised, and maybe in that era, GHS 7 or 8 maybe come across. So if you are exporting your chemicals in Vietnam, then you have to again revise your SDS or ESDS. In Indonesia, the government regulation is Public of Indonesia number 74 2001. Hazard and toxic substance management has been governing this regulation, first of all, and again it comes under the Ministry of Environment. Maybe in future it comes under Ministry of Chemicals and Defense, but right now it's under the Ministry of Environment as it is. In 2013, the fourth revised edition is implemented. So if you have an older SDS while exporting your chemicals, you have to be revised. And the seventh revision edition has to be voluntarily, you can be submitted while preparing the safety data sheet or imply for this particular regulation. Now quickly come across the Philippines. There are 3 regulations are right now governing the chemical regulation in this country. The Toxic Substance Hazard Nuclear Waste Control Act 1990, which is recently added. Implementing Rules and Regulation Public Act 6969. It's the oldest regulation already based in Philippines. And the third one is again, because of political reason, the third ministry has been intervened in this regulation. The key authorities are two, that is DENR, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. The second one is Environment Management Bureau, like EMB. GHS version is still 4 since 2015, and there is no news or upcoming draft for updation of this GHS revision. Now quickly on Malaysia, regulations are Environmental Quality Act, which is the unique quality act. If you have a time, please go through that. It gives you a very brief understanding how to maintain the regulatory aspects towards the export of the chemicals. We must say import of the chemicals in this Malaysian country. And EHSNR, which is again the voluntary one right now, but soon, maybe next 5 years, it has been the mandatory process. There are 2 key authorities involved in that, that is Department of Environment and Department of Occupational Safety and Health, that is DOSH, we called as OSHA, but now it's a DOSH. The class regulation in 2013 has been enacted along with the GHS version 3. Again, maybe in future it has to be changed directly from GHS 3 to GHS 8. But again, GHS version 8 is voluntary while submitting the any applications to the Malaysian government. Singapore, so you can see there are four ministries, four regulations are already involved in the Singapore because of the diversity of the chemical classification in the Singapore region. There are two national authorities are involved, that is National Environmental Agency and CCMD, that is Chemical Control and Management Department. Again, in that GHS 7 has been enacted in the Singapore country, which is again it's I must say it's a very unique criteria. They are directly jump into the GHS 7 compared to the adopting GHS 5 or 6. Now this gives you a very good comparative analysis of these 6 countries, where you can see there are only 3 countries where you can see the comprehensive chemical inventory. Sorry, there are only 4 countries where you can see chemical inventory you can analyze while exporting your chemicals. And there are two where Singapore and Indonesia, they yet to prepare the chemical inventory. So whenever we say chemical inventory, it means you can check your chemicals are already present in the inventory list or not. If yes, the registration process is very easy while exporting. Sometimes you have to just notify your chemicals while exporting, or sometimes only do the direct registration of your chemicals. And yes, notification or else you can say pre-registration or the late pre-registration in the terms of EU regulation. And there are some important authority lists they already mentioned in their regulation, where some of them you can say restricted list. So if your substance is restriction list, please check the use of your chemicals. If the use has been restricted of that chemicals and you are exporting for that particular use, then you cannot export. But if the use is different, then you can directly contact with the ministry or the regulatory body and check whether how much quantity you can be allowed to export in these countries. So this is the only comparative analysis for the 6 countries. Yes, ASEAN comprise with this different countries, Asian countries. So today we cover only 6 countries. And yes, thank you. I mean, it's very short, but let's conclude the regulatory part.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Mangesh ji. So before I invite the next speaker, Mangesh, one thought that comes after seeing your presentation. Two things actually in particular. One is that almost all countries, the regulating body is the environment ministry
Yes,
or
yes,
department.
yes.
Predominantly, I think is coming across. Even in the Turkish presentation, we saw that one.
Correct.
And the second is that most countries have adopted the GHS officially.
Correct.
Legally, that means they
Correct.
have adopted.
Yes.
So these are two things probably I'm talking in comparison to India. So because we are still keeping the prospective regulation under the Ministry of Chemicals here. So to that extent, it may present a bit of a conflict because they are more into policy development, something like that. Without not being critical, just an observation. The second is that we have, in a way, adopted GHS in different forms, like through the EMVR regulations or MSISC regulations. But officially, we have not adopted GHS. I think
Yes,
India.
unfortunately, we are not officially adopted, but keeping aside the political part and the other regulatory body, complexity. But I guess GHS, we have to adopt the GHS officially first of all, and some part we can do that, and we have that capacity. But yes, there are several versions in GHS from 1 to 9.
So GHS 8, can you just very quickly tell us what is the difference between the previous version GHS 8?
Yeah, in GHS 8, you can, I must say, for the export purpose, you can classify your chemicals more broadly. If I say compared to the older version, we have a several differentiation between the classification. If I say, in generally, we have equatorial 1, 2, 3, 4, but in upcoming GHS version, you can see GHS equatorial 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, I see.
Like that.
I see. Okay.
It's
So
just
it
a
gives more
example.
flexibility, that
It's
means.
it's a more flexibility, as well as you can define your chemicals in more prominent way,
Okay.
where you can say it's toxic on what extent.
Thank you. Thank you very much
Yeah,
for that.
thank
I
you.
think it was required for everybody to understand that.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Mangesh. So the next speaker is Mr. Sanjeev Gokhale, who will be talking to us about CBAM. So we've already heard a bit about CBAM from the previous speakers, but Sanjeev will also bring to us certain perspective on its potential or prospective application for the chemical industry. Sanjeev is President Industry Affairs from the Sanmar Group. Is there on the screen?
I checked with Anupam before coming here whether I should go to the basics of CBAM, and he said it would possibly be better to go through the basics. But before I go into CBAM, about 5 years back, CII made a study of the free trade agreements which India had signed with different countries. And as it turned out, my wife says I speak too loudly. CII did a study of India's free trade agreements and the impact they had on the chemical trade. And as it turned out, most of these free trade agreements that India entered into between, say, 2008 and till about 4 or 5 years back were with the Eastern Hemisphere countries. So, in the chemical trade, the Eastern Hemisphere countries, typically China, Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, are our competitors. So, what actually happened was the trade deficits increased rather than the trade surpluses. So, they were all detrimental to the Indian chemical trade, and this is for the change of slides. Okay. But at that time, we also felt we should look at the regions in the world. Is it okay? Am I audible? Okay. Look at the regions in the world where there are potential export opportunities. And as it turned out, the export opportunities are largely in the Western Hemisphere countries. So it is Europe, it is Middle East, it is Africa. So in last about 3 years, India is taking initiative, having free trade agreements with the Western Hemisphere countries. Europe, the EU India free trade agreement is under negotiation. With UK, it's under negotiation. With UAE, we already have an agreement in place. So this is where we are. But now when we, everything in life is not what we want. So while we are looking at access to the European markets, where the import duties on chemicals are typically between 5 and 10%, CBAM is going to come as an additional levy. Okay, I'm using the word levy because finally it's going to be administered in a particular manner, which is also an issue. So just a bit of background on how CBAM has got evolved and why Europe says that it is WTO compliant. It is not making any distinction against imports which are coming into the region. So after the UNFCCC came into being in 1992, the Kyoto Protocol was signed in 1997. Around 2004, 2005, the Europeans felt that they should have their own control on greenhouse gas emissions. They should have their own emission trading system. Now, CO2 being one of the major gases causing global warming. so they developed a system which was based on cap and trade. If sorry, my sensibilities are more to chemical industry, so I might use the word chemicals all the time. So forgive me for that. So if there is a unit making a particular chemical and it has a certain level of CO2 emissions, the same product can be made different ways, different using different sources of energy, different routes of manufacture. But there is an ideal way to make it, and you cap the CO2 emissions at that ideal level. All the manufacturers in Europe would not make it by the same ideal level. So they would have CO2 emissions which are higher than that particular cap. So if you have a particular cap, all the manufacturers are given a particular allowance. Now, if your generation of CO2 is below a particular cap, then you're fine. But if you're above that cap, then you need to buy CO2. And in the market, you will have those who are lower than the cap, you will have others who are above the cap, and then we have CO2 which is being traded in an exchange, which has developed over a period of time. It's been, I think, almost 2 decades now. And today's CO2 prices, I think roughly, I don't remember exactly when, sometime in last 24 months, had exceeded 100 euros per ton of CO2. Now they, it's not a really happy moment that they have now come to around 63, 64 euros per ton, which is still a pretty high value. So this is the price which is attached to CO2. Now the European industry, in chemical industry, we have all these long value chains. Any a chemical B from A, C from B, D from C, and so on. So every, I mean, typically chemical manufacture is dependent on buying of raw materials, and chemical sale many a times is a sale of your product is a raw material for the next stage of value addition. So in the European context, there are imports from China, there are imports from Korea, there are imports from Japan, there are imports from India. Typically, these are the source countries. India is surplus in terms of trade with the European Union. So Europeans felt, is it fair that there is a carbon leakage in the chemicals that we are importing into the country, and is it fair? And what do we do with this carbon leakage? So they thought of this new system called carbon border adjustment mechanism. The B is for the word border. So it is related to the trade, or it's related to the import of chemicals. Anybody who is the importer, the onus is on the importer, but naturally the onus get transferred to the exporter. So the onus is on the importer to collect. I have to use the word tax bit because it is a tax. It is going to be monitored by the customs department, if I might use the Indian word for the European Union, of the European Union. So that's how the mechanism is going to be for collection of this particular tax. So this is the tax that they felt should be levied on imports of chemicals. Sorry, again, I'm bringing the word chemicals, for any product which the manufacture of which is energy intensive. Steel, aluminium, we have hydrogen, we have cement. So all these products which the manufacture of which is energy intensive are covered in the Europe ETS. Now, till this slide, I'm showing only the European trading system, and from the next slide, I'm going to CBAM. In addition to CO2, they also consider nitrous acid, which comes out of nitric acid and adipic acid manufacture, and also it's a part of the glyoxylic acid and glyoxal chemistry, where it is used as a fast, it gets released even though it's nothing to do with nitrogen chemistry. And perfluorocarbons, somebody has talked about PFAS. They also come during the production of aluminium. So this was the system which was there. Now coming to CBAM. I'll first go to the the timelines and then come back. In July 2021, the proposals were submitted to the EU Commission. They were approved in December 2022, and the legislation was declared in May 2023. All the nitty-gritties of the legislation were, declared. All this is on the websites of European Union. So that happened in August 2023, and right now we are into a data generation phase of CBAM, which got effective on 1st October 2023. So it's almost in 1 year now. The levy period will start from 1st Jan 2026. So there is a 2.25 year data generation period. And in the initial phase, CBAM has been made applicable only to these sectors: iron and steel, cement, aluminum, hydrogen, fertilizers, and energy. So far, it has not been made applicable to chemicals, any type of chemical so far. But between 2026 and 2034, they have plans to cover other sectors as well. And there is a strong news that chemicals, typically organic chemicals, a bunch of organic chemicals, would be the next ones to get added well before 2030. So not to wait till 2034. So I talked about the transition period, which is right now. What is required to be done is those